There we go.
Recording in progress.
All right, good evening. It is 7:05 on Thursday, March 7th. I'm calling the Finance Committee meeting to order. In accordance with the requirements of the open meeting law, please be advised that this meeting is being recorded and broadcast over the Lunenburg Public Access channel and on Facebook Live on the Public Access Facebook page. The following information is provided for members of the public that would like to participate in the meeting remotely. To participate remotely from a computer, please use the link which can be found on the town website on the calendar and the agenda posted. From a telephone, dial the toll-free number 888-475-4499. Enter webinar ID 892-2688-7485. If you've not registered with Zoom, you'll be asked for your name and email address. This agenda lists all topics which may be discussed at the meeting and are those reasonably anticipated by the chair. Votes may be taken as a result of these discussions. Not all items may in fact be discussed, and other items not listed may also be brought up for discussion to the extent permitted by open meeting law. Would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America,
which stands one nation, under God,
indivisible,
and justice for all. All right. So just a quick announcement. We are at a quorum. We have one member who is currently with us over Zoom. Mr. Passios was somewhere in the building. I'm not sure where he went. Mr. Simeone will be here a little bit late. And Ms. Tavares is recovering. She's not feeling well tonight. So we'll start with any announcements from the committee. Right, excellent. Is there any public comment from the public this evening? Mr. Beardmore.
Good evening, everybody. Happy Thursday. My name is Peter Beardmore. I am live at 282 Pleasant Street, where I am for the first evening this week. So thank you for entertaining me on Zoom. And I hope Mr. Passios finds his way to back to the stage. I am speaking tonight on behalf of myself. There have been some numbers that have been thrown around over the course of the last couple of weeks relating to proportional increases in the town budget, relating to new spending versus contractual obligations. Much of which I think are derived from the proposed budget, but were not specified in, as I recall, as part of the town manager's presentation. I'd like to, and those numbers have been used, in my opinion, to justify what I consider to be inequitable budgeting. I'd like to ask that the Finance Committee take a look at this, to take a look at how we are using the budget and to compare contractual obligations, including CBAs and other non-CBA contracts. Is there any way to equitably compare contractual obligations, particularly when CBAs are negotiated by executive committees such as the Select Board and School Committee, the School Committee in particular that has been guided to live within its own budget? And is there a fair and proper way to compare that? I'd also like the Finance Committee, if at all possible, to delve into what real savings in terms of discretionary funds and discretionary spending are derived from retired debt service. You know, of that 500 and some odd $1,000 in retiring debt service, what is actually spendable by any given department in FY '25? And then how does that data relate, or should it be compared when comparing department spending from one year to the next? And what I'm specifically referring to are the slides that illustrate the relative spending of the school department from FY '24 to FY '25 as going up, when clearly the budgets relative to the other departments are going down. And the variable in that calculus that seems to be the most distinct is the retiring debt service. But I believe that a lot of that debt service is actually serviced through exempt borrowing, which means it's just coming off of the tax base when the debt service is retired, as well as from revolving funds that have nothing to do really with the operating budget of the departments in the omnibus budget. So I think that the Finance Committee has an opportunity to kind of get to the bottom of this, and ideally get to a point where perhaps we have an apples to apples comparison of some of these, what are apparently important variables. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment from the public this evening? All right, seeing none. Our town manager will be joining, she's on now. Ms. Lemieux, do we have a town manager report this evening?
If you don't mind, if I could give it a little bit later in the meeting, currently in the car.
No problem. Not a problem at all.
Thank you.
Do we have a finance director report this evening or update?
Hello, everyone. I do not have a report to give to the committee tonight.
All right, thank you. All right, moving along. New business. We have two presentations tonight, one from DPW and one from facilities. We have DPW up first.
All right, so my name is Bill Bernard, DPW Director. So what is the DPW? It's the Department of Public Works. It's the resources of the highway, cemetery, sewer, and vehicle maintenance divisions combined to maintain roads, bridges, sewer infrastructure, and to provide essential services to the welfare and acceptable quality of life for the citizens of Lunenburg. Put in an organizational chart. We are quite small. We just ratified our fifth position. On the chart it's shown as vacant, but that we got a new guy starting on Monday. So first time in a while that we've had a full staff. It's great to have a full staff. We do get a lot more work done. Looking forward to that. Actually, we have two vacancies, the seasonal cemetery laborers, but we haven't started those yet. So I took a look at the budgets for the last 4 years, and the way I developed the budget, I just kind of took an average of the spending that we did in each of the categories, and then I just looked at, is that adequate or do I have more of a need? So overall, my budget request this year is almost 5.5% more than the budget I have for FY24. I'll go into a lot of details. I like to put in the charts. It's easy to see, right? The numbers sometimes it's easier to see a visual. So most of the money you can see is in general highway. Another big chunk is labor, and the other big chunk is snow removal.
Is that reflective snow removal lines, like after we've
No.
covered, or is that what we're actually, that's just what we're putting in the 355?
Correct, that's what we're putting in.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we still have more snow removal on top of that we cover
Yes.
after, okay.
Yep. So this year, we're about $150,000 over our budget. And hopefully there's no more snow, we don't move that number much. I got a bunch of performance measures, so, I'll talk about them all, but tree removal, that's one I do want to talk about. There was a report done in 2015. An arborist came out, looked at trees in town, and he ranked them from hazardous to extremely hazardous, highly hazardous, and slightly hazardous, I guess it was. And there was over 1,000 trees that were on that report that needed some kind of work. So from 2015 to now, we haven't touched 1,000 trees. The budget just doesn't allow it. So that's going to be one of the line items where I'm asking for more money. And to me, it's a safety hazard. A tree could fall on somebody. Right now, our tree program is just reactive. Somebody calls, says there's a tree, looks like it's going to fall. We evaluate it. If it is, in fact, going to fall, we cut it down. We're not going out and trying to come up with a list of trees. It's all reactive, and it's not a good way to work.
Do you think that 2015 study is still accurate? I know, like, along Page Street, in front of me, 2 trees have fallen within the last few months. One, I think last week fell, right?
Every windstorm.
Yeah.
But I think they're actually just rotting because of all the stormwater that's coming through that area, so.
Yeah, so we're working on about 30 to 50 trees a year. So say 10 years, that's 500 trees max. So there's at least 500 trees still on that list.
I guess my question is the 2015 list and what would be the 2024 list still the same? Like, are there things that should now be higher on the list?
Right.
Based on current conditions?
Yeah,
Or 100
correct.
trees that don't exist anymore,
Right,
Well, yeah.
and 1,000 more that do now.
right. Yeah, exactly. Some of the trees that were, say, low risk are probably higher risk now, and some that are higher risk are probably extreme risk now. And there will be more trees on that list. So,
So is there a plan for that? Has it been mapped out?
well, that's, like I said, we're just reactive. Given the budget constraints, that's all I can do.
But you can come up with a street map and highlight where the trees are and determine which is high priority, low priority, so we can start to get it looked at and get an estimate on what it might cost.
Yeah, I could do that. It's a project, big project.
Well,
So,
we have GIS, don't we, the map?
right, but that would be physically driving every road, looking at every tree, taking notes.
Well, you had in your presentation, did you have a list already?
Yes, there is a list, right? That list from
It would be-
2015, I would start with that.
Yeah, that'd
go
be a
from
starting
there.
point. Because that would seem like a pretty long list right there.
Yeah, exactly.
Bill, 2 quick questions for you. Do you have any idea whether or not they identified in those lists of trees, whether or not they were in Unitil's basically right away where the wires were versus, the town responsible for, I think the town's responsible for them anyway, whether there are wires over them or not. But Unitil's done some massive cutting in the last 5 years. So
Yeah.
it could be that 50% of those trees that were on the list are already gone.
Yeah,
And then
it's-
there's probably 5 trees to replace that for every tree that came off of that list. in
Yes,
this time
so
period.
the report doesn't differentiate, if they're under wires or not.
Right.
But yeah, Unitil has been very good to us. If there's a tree that's close to a wire, I call them first. And 9 times out of 10, they run right out and take it down for me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
they've been
great.
a great asset.
Just a quick question, a little bit off the subject, but just an initial question before I do some other research on it in the future. It's my understanding that traditionally, all trees removed within the town of Lunenburg by the town of Lunenburg, for the most part, for many years, have been hauled over to the landfill on Youngs Road, and we have massive piles of biomass over there. Is there a reason why we don't do something about processing that biomass? I mean, 10 years ago, it was worth a lot more than it is now, but...
Yeah, well, again, cost, right? We don't bring too many over there now. A lot of them were from the ice storm, what year was that?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
2008.
The big piles are from that ice storm. The brush pile, I did pay to have that taken away.
Right, that was processed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's something else for the future, and it really doesn't apply to the budget right now. Thank you.
Yep.
How much would it cost to do another arborist study on, roughly?
My rough guess would between $30,000 and $50,000.
I mean, since it's been since 2015, does it make sense to put a capital project request for next year for it, just to at least?
It does, yeah. Yes, I did have a request for capital funds towards trees. I don't know if it was next year or the year out. Yeah.
Okay.
I guess just on that one, it's been 9 years or something, or almost 10 years, I forget what date you said, but if we're just reactive to it, I'm not sure it's even worth the study. I think we got to be more proactive in planning, and I mean, the goal should be that you're cutting down 20% of those trees this year, and what's the cost per tree or something like that, but.
Well, isn't this cost line for roughly 50 trees?
Yeah.
So you're talking about,
I don't know, did it say that?
I think later on he writes that it's roughly 50 trees a year.
Yeah.
So it's 63 grand.
Right. A small tree is about 1,000, and bigger trees, if they need a crane, could be 3,000, 4,000, depending on the size of the tree.
It's tough though, I agree, but at the same time, if you don't have the study, then what are you spending the money on? How much do you know, how do you know how much to actually put forward, or to start building a plan?
Yeah.
If you're gonna build a tree removal plan, like we have a pavement management plan,
Yeah.
you've gotta have the plan first, right?
Okay.
Right, and I should say, most of the trees taken down are by contractors. I don't have a tree truck, a bucket truck, so we could take down smaller trees that were just not too crazy, where it's safe to do so. We do have a chipper, but yeah, we don't have climbers. We don't, have a tree surgeon on staff, so we do have to hire out.
Bill, on that, I think nowadays, I watch Municipal a lot, and the municipalities are dumping their bucket trucks. They're getting rid of their tree removal equipment because the liability is just so high that you're better off to hire it out.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not
We'd
cheap,
have to
but-
start a whole new division within the highway department to do it.
Exactly.
Right, a superintendent, a tree climber, a tree surgeon, and the
you're
equipment to
losing the
go
help.
with it. It's just, that's big upfront cost.
Okay. I guess the hard thing for me on this one is just, why is 63,000 the right number? If we spend on that, increase it by 2.5% a year, at what point have we dealt with all the trees?
Never.
Well, you never be all
Yeah.
dealt with them, yeah. It'll be
Deteriorate too
ongoing.
quickly.
Well, I think you do get to a state of dealt with. High-risk trees should be dealt with the year. You get to a steady state, and then the next year you're dealing with, but you have a plan, right? You know how much that costs per year, and
I guess,
Well, that's the issue, it's how much it costs.
I don't know how much it costs. I don't know how many trees there are, how much per tree, and what the plan is to get it to the ones that the arborist identified off the books, and then the new ones that are coming onto the books.
well, if there's 1,000 trees, plus or minus, and the tree removal costs between 1,000 and 3,000, let's take it at 2,000. 2,000 times 1,000 is your rough number.
Just knowing that to get an updated list, you're gonna have to spend a year's worth of tree removal money.
That's why I said capital.
Somewhere.
Yeah, so I'm essentially asking to double my tree budget this year. Maybe instead of being reactive, we could start chipping away at this list, you know, try to identify the worst ones and go from there.
To to the point too of getting the trees down, because one of the reasons is because of the type of weather events that we're having. Just a case in point, my neighbor over on Whiting Street, I have no idea what he spent, but he just took down 16 trees, and 5 of them were white pines that were 75 feet tall. But he had half of one come down a couple years ago and hit the corner of his house. So, you know, these trees need to come down if you want to get rid of the liabilities.
Agreed.
Any other questions on this one?
All right. I want to talk about the stormwater and drainage also. And we'll talk about it more in the slides, but that's another one where today, we spent all day today just chasing drainage, opening up catch basins, opening up clogged culverts, and it's almost become our number one task at the DPW is drainage issues. What else can we talk about? Well, we can move on. So, general highway is hired equipment, drainage, purchase of service, landfill monitoring, engineering, Lake Shirley Dam, streetlights, stormwater, sidewalks, supplies, pavement management, and garage supplies. So most of them I'm saying level fund. We can do that. The ones I've highlighted in yellow are the ones where I'm looking for an increase. So I have a slide for each one of these. That's where I go to. And again, I like my graphics, right? So a lot of the money's going to pavement management, right? We have roads are in good shape. We want to keep them in good shape. So to do that, you have to keep repairing them and maintaining them. I guess I'll point out the stormwater budget's 13%. A lot of that is just in engineering to help us with the MS4 permitting requirements. And you can see drainage is only 8% of the budget, of the general highway budget. So I don't have too much money there to do what I really need to do. All right, so drainage, this fiscal year, I've already spent 116% of the budget. I put this together a couple weeks ago. It's over that now, especially after today. The number one call from citizens now is drainage calls. It was for trees, right? Since I've been here almost 2 years. It was trees and roadside maintenance. Those are kind of neck and neck. Now the number one call is drainage. Anytime it rains, the phone's ringing. I think I looked at 3 areas today from different phone calls. The frequency, as Dave pointed out, the frequency of storms is increasing, right? The 2-inch storms, we get them all the time now. There's just more of them. The drainage systems are old, right? I don't have plans on most of it, so I don't know when they went in, but just looking at them, they have to be over 25, 30, 40, 50 years. Some are older.
What part of town are you seeing these issues?
All over. A favorite of one of the committee members is Flat Hill Road and Page Street. There's a few issues up there that's well known. New West Townsend Road, a lot of those cross culverts, the people are getting flooded over there. I get a lot of calls over there. We had that flooding on Electric Ave. I think we're in front of that. There was a beaver issue over there, but we are going to do some more work over there, hopefully next week. Try to keep that open. Where else? There's, you name it, pretty much any road you could see drainage issues. Lancaster Road, you can see a lot in the winter, and the water just bleeding out of the sides of the road. So all over town is where the problems are.
How is that likely to affect our pavement?
Well, it's not good, right? The freeze thaw is what kills the pavement, one of the things, and,
When it's eroding the sides too.
Right,
And
right.
crumbling the, I mean,
yeah, exactly. So, yeah, when the water's rushing down the side, it takes out the gravel, and sometimes it'll undermine the road. So we do a lot of filling that in with crushed stone, right? Try to give the water a path, keep it there instead of on the road or going into the neighbor's yard. Yeah, and then water sitting on the road, especially where it doesn't dry out at night. And in the winter, you get the freeze thaw. And if there's a crack, it's going to open up the road. It's going to create potholes and cracking. And so it's best to keep the water off the roads.
So if we have an aging or an aged drainage system, we're getting heavier duty rainstorms, are we eventually getting to the point where we are going to have a pavement management plan that can't, and a drainage system that cannot keep up with demand? Or do we need to,
Well,
are we sort of
yeah.
behind the times already and we sort of need to future-proof for what's inevitably coming?
Yeah, but I think that's where we're heading. I'm seeing that a lot. Some of the backups is just the pipe is too small for the volume of water. You know, it might take a day for the puddle to go away instead of just draining through.
For anybody that watches or keeps track of the global effects that are causing a lot of this effect, especially we're getting up here in New England, I forget the terms, La Nina and La Nino. We've been in the same phase for 3 years straight now. It used to fluctuate back and forth, and that's why we're getting the storms the way we are. That could flip in a very quick manner, and we could dry right out like the desert. So to say that, yeah, under the present conditions, if it continues, yeah, we're going to have a real problem. But a lot of our drainage systems have been in place for 100 years, and they haven't become a problem until the last 10. So we could just as easily flip back the other way as quickly as or hopefully quicker than how we've come into where we're at now. And again, I'm not going to get into the question of global warming and all of that stuff, but it's very predictable when the Pacific Ocean surface water changes temperature down there in the area that they monitor. They can tell you exactly what's going to happen in the whole rest of the USA for the next 6 months to a year unless it shifts again. So I'm not saying we don't have the problem now, but it could be that by July and the next 2 years we don't have it anymore. We're starving for water. So there's no good answer.
Yeah, sure, we did have a drought a few years back, right?
Right.
But I think it's trending towards warmer and wetter in general.
so one observation is the Flat Hill River in the Page Street tributary just picks up that crushed stone and pushes it onto the road and into the corner. So I don't think that crushed stone is working.
The
Yeah.
large pieces?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There was mostly gravel, so it was smaller stone. A lot of places were putting bigger stone, 3 to 4 inch stone.
Okay.
There was
Right,
gravel.
That doesn't move.
Gravel's, 1.5 inch maybe, stone in it.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
it's not, I don't see the riprap near me, but it is the
Right,
smaller stuff and
right, it's not holding, I agree.
Well, to me, it seems like, I mean, we're talking about the trees and the drainage and all that. It seems like these are maybe not budget issues for this year, but over the next few years, we need to get a handle on them, I guess, figure out what they are. And, that's information, that's engineer reports, which is expensive, but I think we need to figure out in the long run where things are going and what we need to do. We did it with pavement, that was a project. There's probably one of these two, or maybe both, might be another project that we'll need to do in the near future.
Yeah, agreed.
you got a grant for stormwater management, did you not?
For asset management, yes, so to go out and look at all the catch basins and get all the data, elevation of, inverts and size of pipes, that kind of stuff,
Okay.
yeah. That didn't cover we didn't get them all. There
Yeah.
was enough money, so we're going to apply for that grant again and try to get more of our drainage documented.
I think that 10-year plan is pretty important to establish so that we can properly budget this and monitor it
Right.
and predict it going forward.
So it's probably a good time to talk about the stormwater task force, do you think? So, stormwater task force, we are seriously looking at creating a stormwater utility, much like the sewer utility or the water utility. So there'd be a small cost to each resident to fund the utility, and the utility would pay for stormwater repairs, would pay for personnel and equipment and repairs and engineering. Whole bunch of towns have done it. It looks like it's been successful in some towns, so we are definitely giving a push for that.
Bill, do you see that as an enterprise fund setup or something else?
Yes, enterprise fund,
Enterprise
yes.
fund, okay.
And how would you assess the fees on that?
There's different ways, so that's something we have to determine. The easiest way is just a flat fee for every single residential home. Probably well under $100 each for a year. Or there's other ways. You could look at each property, measure the impervious surface that's on each property, the paved driveway, the roof, and then do a calculation, so if you have a huge house and a huge driveway, you pay more than somebody with a small house and a small driveway. That, again, that's engineering. That's a lot of upfront cost. So I think to start, we're leaning towards a flat fee, but that's to be determined.
So I have a decent-sized house and a long driveway, but it's going the wrong way.
You're screwed.
Yep.
From causing the problem, right? So I don't think that is I don't think that really is the way to do it, right? I mean, if you're uphill, yeah, you're causing the problem. If you're downhill, you're
Right.
just
Well,
a catch basin for the problem.
It's not necessarily causing problems. Everybody's the user of the roads, right? Everybody in town uses the roads, so it's like a user fee.
I'm just saying how to assess it.
Yeah. Right. Right. My opinion, the flat rate's the way to go. At least start with that, and then maybe once we get into it, maybe change, but
So is that something for next year or the year after? What do you think?
we have a goal of next year, but we'll see. I don't know if it's truly attainable.
That would be something that would go to town meeting, and
Definitely, yes.
that's how it would be a warrant for next year, probably.
Correct.
Good.
So aside from the consultant right now, is there anything, other engineering that would need to be done to prepare for this? Or do you have everything you basically need at this point?
Prepare for the stormwater utility?
For the idea of bringing that forward to the town?
Yeah, we have an engineer working with us.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the consultant, the CEI consultant?
CEI,
Okay.
yes.
And they're lining up for next May, ideally?
We're trying.
Okay.
We're trying. I think, people are going to hear, oh, another fee, right? So I think we have to do a big public outreach campaign, to tell people what it is, what's it going to accomplish, because nobody wants a bill, right? So,
The other side of the coin is it's going to have to be done one way or another, so the money's either going to be built into the budget or it's going to be built into an enterprise fund. So the money's still going to come from the taxpayer, it's just how it's going to come and how it's going to be dispersed.
Right.
And with the enterprise fund, then it's focused at the problem, not into the general fund.
right.
So at capital planning, we talked a lot about stormwater and how many projects are likely to come for the kind of big issues in town. So I think there's one on this year's capital plan. There's
Yes,
one that was slightly below the line, but then there's going to be others
right. So I
that
presented
are coming on the
4
plan.
projects, stormwater related. Yeah, one of them looks like it's going to get funded.
So with this utility, You think that those would kind of self-fund themselves and you wouldn't need to necessarily have stormwater-related capital expenses?
Not 100%. For a lot of smaller projects we can do, maybe if it's a small covered, maybe a 12-inch pipe, we want to upsize to a 24-inch pipe, I think we could do maybe a couple of those a year, but a bigger project would still be looking for capital funds.
Okay.
But right now, those little projects, a 12-inch to a 24, I'm looking for capital funds. Stormwater, yeah, so the stormwater line item pays for our consultant mostly, for the MS4 permitting requirements. The company is CEI. They've been very good to work with, and they know the town now. They know. I've had them design a few plans, right, that we talked about the capital requests. I had 3 different plans they designed for me. And obviously in the future, I'm going to need more plans, right? My guess is some of the pipes in town, they said, well, let's throw in a 12-inch pipe, it'll work. And it has, right? Like Dave said, it's 100 years old, it's worked, but now maybe it's not working. So I think we got to, do a little engineering and figure out what water volume's actually going to come to that pipe in the future. Another line item I want to increase is the purchase of service. It's kind of a catch-all. It's different contractors we have to bring in to pay for licenses, newspaper advertisements, police details, training. This fiscal year, I've already spent 76% of the budget. There's only 30 at the time. There was only 39% of the fiscal year remaining, so obviously I'm ahead. It's going to go over. The past 4 years, the budget's been $40,000, but and then that was exceeded both in 2021 and 2022. So it's looking like it's going to go up more. Everything costs more nowadays, so that's one item we can definitely use more funding in. And pavement management. So the pavement management line item since 2017 has increased by 50,000 each year, with the goal of reaching $1 million. So again, I'm asking for that same $50,000 bump this year. And our pavement management plan that we designed, we had a consultant design it for us. I gave him the budget and based it on that $50,000 bump a year. So they designed which projects were going to be done, which year, based on that. So it's kind of essential we get that.
Do you know, for this year, are you going to spend the budget that you have on pavement management, or are you going to transfer it to another line item? There's been many years, I think, where pavement management has gone up, but it's been used to cover like snow and other things.
Right, so right now I am planning on using it.
You are?
Yep, yep. We advertised our paving contract. We are this close to awarding it, so.
Okay.
I have the list ready to go, so.
For fiscal '24?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
How many roads?
Look, it's a piece of Leominster Shirley Road, a piece of West Groton Road, and a piece of Elmwood Road.
So you're just doing sections, you're not doing complete roads?
Right.
So.
Yeah. Yeah, I will put the plan on the website. I don't know why I haven't yet. I don't think it's there, but definitely I could put it on the DPW website so people can see it.
That would be good.
Yeah.
Bill, what's it looking like cost-wise for Hot Top last year over this new contract? I'm not looking for exacts, but is it down a little? Is it up? Is it?
No, it was Almost the same. I was happy with the bid results. My office estimate for the entire project was $730,000, and it came in over $100,000 less. Right, and the main items are the pavement, and those were lower than my office estimates, so I was pleased with that.
One of the things that I think generated the question from the previous speaker about whether or not the money was going to be spent, I know there was a struggle in the early years to spend all the money that had been allocated for pavement management. I don't know all the ins and outs as to why, but there were always comments like the paving season's too short, and hot top was cheap back then, so on and so forth. But I think over the long term, it's proved itself that that was the correct dollar amount for the long term. Just a general comment.
Yeah, there's only a handful of paving companies, and all the towns want them, right? So you got to get on their schedule early. So it's good that we got our contract in place. You know, I can tell them, all right, this is what I want to do. Let's get it done by June 30th, right?
Are we at the point in the pavement management plan where we are just replacing the small sections to maintain, or are there still sections of road that need to be replaced completely in town?
It's mostly maintenance,
Okay.
right? But there's still, you know, a fair amount of mill and pave. There's a small amount of reclamation, you know, tear it all up, and right, there's a machine that rips it all up, puts it back down. But there's a lot of maintenance type projects, like we did in the Hickory Hills area. We did a fog sale. Right, just the road's in good condition. This fog seal goes down. It helps to soften the asphalt. Right, so over time the asphalt gets hard and starts to crack. So this seals the top, so water can't get in, and it softens the asphalt within, so it extends the life of the road. So there's a fair amount of that too.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's a lot cheaper. Yeah. I got my slide kind of showing the spending on the pavement management. And like I said, we built it going out based on adding the $50,000 per year. And we do have another funding source for paving. It's the Chapter 90 funds we can use for that. So a few years, we're going tapping into that. And, you know, if the prices go up more than we expect, we'll be tapping into the Chapter 90 funds more.
And from what we heard from our representatives at the select board meeting, it seems like this is an issue for a lot of towns, not so much for us because we already handled it. So they said Chapter 90 funds might be growing. There might be more focus on, at least they're saying that. I don't know if what have you heard anything like that from the state?
The town manager announced Tuesday night what we received for Chapter 90 funds, and it was like $100 more than the previous year.
But I mean, in future years, have you heard anything like?
Millionaire tax.
Because I think, I don't know, I mean, it's.
The new governor proposed more funding. Whether it gets approved, I don't know.
Yeah, there are a lot of items on there that were, you know, make a big flash, but whether they're actually going to happen is the other question.
Yeah. I know a lot of towns are pushing hard for more Chapter 90 funds because it's been pretty flat for many years.
All I could think when she announced that at MMA was, you know what, you're 10 years too late. We've already spent all that money in Lunenburg from the taxpayer to do what you're going to give the other towns now out of the state funds. That was my take on that one.
We could take the money and use it for, and take the money we would have got to use and put it some other places.
We can fix Chris's Road.
Yeah.
Or rename it Menard's Road.
We could buy a trackless.
Put a dam somewhere along the middle of the road.
Right. There's other projects you could do with Chapter 90 other than paving, so yeah.
And you know, I can't help but think that there are some cities and towns in this state that have allowed their roads to deteriorate to get the state to kick in a program that'll pay for them. Because, you know, their taxpayers are screaming, and they'll take the money from anywhere if it's available. You know, and like I said, again, 10 years too late for us.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad we don't work that way. I'd rather have
I do
roads,
too.
right?
I agree.
So how much money is in the Chapter 90 funding?
Right now, we have a total of, well, with the new influx, I think it's $1.6 million.
So we're using Chapter 90 and the pavement management funding to do roads?
Just very little as needed. I am planning on doing a sidewalk project. We have a report on sidewalks that was done a few years back, and yeah, the funding for that was inadequate also. So I'm looking at doing a sidewalk jobs all over town. Yeah, and one of the
Installing new sidewalks or repairing or?
repairing. There is one section that will be new, using some of the ARPA funds that the school requested, so that the athletes can get from the high school over to Marshall Park. There's no sidewalks on Chestnut Street, right? So we'll be looking at putting new sidewalk there. So it'll be partially funded with ARPA funds and Chapter 90 funds.
Bill, just out of curiosity, not to open a can of worms, but which side of Chestnut Street are you looking at? Is it that far along to know? Okay,
It's-
that's fine, I'll leave it alone.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So is there a plan for sidewalks starting in the center of town, going out, particularly towards the schools, or is it Lancaster Ave down to is it Rolling Acres? That's a big neighborhood down there.
What, there are existing sidewalks, and we just repaired the one on Lancaster from Mass Ave to Rolling Acres. But yeah, some of those sidewalks on Mass Ave do need to be replaced.
Yeah, it's a lousy sidewalk going down there.
What's that?
Going down Lancaster Ave, I know it was paved over, but it's still not a good sidewalk.
Brand new late
Yeah,
last
they
summer.
just paved over it and the whole thing is,
No, they ripped it out and put a new base in. I live in that neighborhood, so I know they did it.
all the way down to Rolling Acres.
All the way to Rolling Acres.
Yeah. Yeah, that's in good shape.
Okay.
So you're saying
I
the
had no-
1 point, oh, sorry,
No, go ahead.
the 1.6 million in Chapter 90 fund is being mostly allocated to sidewalks?
Well, the project won't be that big, but we will have a reserve there if we have an emergency or, something big we gotta repair. We'll have some money there.
So what's the thought process around how we're using Chapter 90? If we just get up to the philosophical level of Chapter 90 funding?
Well, from what I could see, the towns have been kind of banking it, thinking that a bigger project will come along where we need it. So the sidewalk project's not gonna take too much of it, but again, there'll be a bank there for future projects.
Such as?
Well, that's what we gotta look at, right?
I mean, these are pavement projects, or, I thought we had a pretty good handle on that. On pavement
Yeah.
projects.
Right, so we mostly use our own money for paving projects. We could use some Chapter 90 money for that. Could use it potentially for some drainage problems too.
Pretty broad
Yeah, it's,
allowances for Chapter 90,
yeah, it's,
as we debated a couple years ago.
yeah.
So remind me, what can it be used for?
The road maintenance type problems and appurtenance is,
So like tree removal would be under that, if it's near a road, obviously.
don't think tree removal would be in there.
That's kind of stretching it.
Can
Yeah,
it be used for town parking lots?
no.
But so it can be used for stormwater?
I believe it can, yeah, for drainage problems, yeah.
Bill, hasn't it been used in the past that if you've got a road that you're dealing with a pavement management program, that you could potentially, and I think we've done this in the past, use Chapter 90 funds to improve the catch basins and the drainage along the edge of those roads before we do the pavement management expense of repaving it? And then you get a complete rebuild, at least of the surface and the drainage all at the same time.
Yeah, that's a potential use, yes.
Right.
So let me ask you this question. Why would we not put 50,000 more in into the pavement management this year? Use the $1.6 million of Chapter 90 to fill the gap and free up money for schools?
That can be done.
I totally like the idea of a healthy pavement management plan. And I like the idea of a stormwater management plan. I'm not sure we have a stormwater management plan yet. But I think we're pretty healthy in roads right now. So it's a logical question that one could ask.
The logic says that we've got 15 other places that $50,000 is desperately needed also. And I'm just going to make that as a general statement because I'm not going to identify any one particular spot. But our funds in this town are not covered by our levy. We all know that. And just pulling...
Not covered what?
Are not covered by the levy and our revenue, available revenue. We just spent the last roughly half hour, talking about all the things that need to get done just to deal with stormwater. There's no funding to do all of that stuff, so there's probably $5 million right there that's needed, that we just talked about, that we all agreed that, yeah, it needs to get done, but you gotta have money behind all of this stuff that we're talking about. It's nice to talk about it and say we need it, but if we don't have the funds to back it up, it's all chatter.
So we talked about tree removal needing an update and still being unfunded. If we want to keep at the DPW level, the level that we're recommending here, again, why would we not put $50,000 more into tree removal and augment the Chapter 90 funds into the pavement management plan?
I'm not opposed to that move.
I know we have an informal policy of trying to get that to $1 million a year, and I think that that's wise. But I think when you're in a pretty healthy position, you may want to look at how you use these Chapter 90 funds to deal with what are immediate needs that need to be dealt with. And I do think stormwater and tree removal are in those categories. And I know that Chapter 90 can only be used for certain things, but we do have the discretion of using it for those things and not upping our own contributions associated with those.
Can you move it into a pavement management plan?
What?
Chapter 90 funds?
Well, we could just say, don't increase it by $50,000 and
Just pull the line out when you need it,
tap $50,000 from Chapter 90.
as long as you're allowed to do that, as long as it's, because there are restrictions on Chapter 90, so long as there aren't restrictions on using it in that way.
Well, that's its primary use, I think, it's even in this chart, it's shown that Chapter 90 is filling the gap.
But if we're using it just to put into the pavement management plan line, is that allowed by, or do you have to have a direct spending location where that money, where Chapter 90 funds have to then be directly, it has to go and be spent? I don't know.
Yes.
Bill, but that's...
But we just reduced the budget.
But Chapter 90 funds can be used for road paving,
Correct.
okay?
Right.
So you're just gonna pull it from a different pocket.
But you have to pull it when you pay for it.
And the money that we fund pavement management with, we can transfer anywhere out of pavement management to anywhere in the budget.
Stormwater.
So what Chris is saying, I'm not arguing what Chris is saying is not what could be done, and probably makes a lot of sense because we've got so much bank there. It's just that I'm being cautious of, let's not get so focused on the one need that has been glaring in our face all the last 3 or 4 weeks, and realize that we have needs, and very important needs, throughout the town budget. And if I personally feel that if you're going to shift money say within the DPW budget, you shift it to where it's needed there desperately, not pull it out of there and move it all the way, if that makes sense.
I guess, in short, what I would be saying is, we have a good pavement management plan, and it seems like we're executing really well on it.
Yep.
I'd like to see a tree management plan, a stormwater management plan, and a couple other plans that are laid out in a very similar way, and we start executing on it. And I think that we could actually implement something possibly this year on things that are of serious concerns, like tree management. I mean, literally, my neighbor's house was almost hit by a tree. If the wind blew the other way, it would have taken it out. It was a massive tree.
We cut the next one down next to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we know, like we said, the stormwater in the infrastructure, we talked about infrastructure at length throughout the capital planning. So I just think, and maybe even the equipment to support this. You said you need equipment for the
Stormwater utility.
your stormwater utility. Again, maybe, we have capital items in the future for that, and we've used Chapter 90 in the past for purchases for those. I guess, summary again, the plan for those other ones, does it make sense to be this healthy in pavement management and still a little bit not as healthy in the other areas of DPW?
Yeah, I agree. It's a good discussion, and yeah, we should continue it at some point, yeah.
Okay. And I think you do have the ability to transfer within your line items, right?
I do.
Yeah, my question was just strictly if it is specifically Chapter 90 money, can you take it out of an account and line item transfer it over to the pavement management account, or do you have to use that funds to directly pay for a bill when it comes in?
Right.
And
So
if it's the latter, then it just has to be an on-paper transfer in a sense until
Yeah.
it comes up.
Yeah.
right, so Chapter 90, I have to submit a project
Right.
scope to the MassDOT and, do the work and then submit the bills for that specific work.
Yep.
And then they reimburse us, right?
But you could do Elmwood Street as a project, right? Pavement of Elmwood Street. Like you mentioned Elmwood was one of
Could.
them. You could do it that way.
Yep, as a Chapter 90 project, yep.
Okay.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense to me, that if you've got a bunch of money banked that has some limitations on what you can use it for, but it could take the pressure off another line item that you're allowed to transfer out of to other needs, that seems like a no-brainer, as long as you've got yourself protected in the account that you're taking out of. And this one sounds like it's got quite a buffer in it. I wish we had something like that for building infrastructure.
Ms. Lemieux, you have your hand up. I have a feeling you have something to add.
Thank you. I just wanted to remind everyone about how we have treated pavement management as tied to the local excise taxes received or motor vehicle excise taxes. So we raise that amount by 50,000 each year tied to the pavement management plan.
Yeah, that's just a reminder of what the funding source is. If people stop buying cars and we don't have excise tax coming in, then that process is going to be in trouble, but I don't think any of us foresee that happening in the near future.
And the cars are wicked expensive.
So if we're looking at FY '25 at $620-ish thousand for the pavement management plan, am I reading that correctly?
25, yep.
Okay. And that covers the 3 projects that you're looking to contract out to now, correct? That you've already got it, you're waiting for the final contracts to come in for that one. So if we have 1.6 million, in theory, could we pay for all of that effectively with Chapter 90 funds, and that would effectively free up over $500,000 to be put towards clearing out the, a quarter of the tree issue, or serious work on the stormwater issue.
Well, I think the stormwater could be done with Chapter 92.
Okay.
In theory, it's possible, yes.
Is there incentive to do any of that, or are we taking kind of a more conservative approach to why we're banking the Chapter 90 funding for so long?
Yeah, perhaps the town manager can better answer that.
That's a good question. I'd like to hear the rationale as to why we're banking that much money.
Probably, yeah.
It's been there to support pavement management and associated road projects. So that is something that would need to be worked out with the DPW director as far as, planning for those funds. Because chart depicts a portion of the use of those funds. But certainly there's a lot of stormwater drainage that could be used towards that as well.
Just in FY23, we spent $14,500 of Chapter 90 on pavement management. In FY24, we've spent $2,300.
There's no actuals in there.
No, those are...
Are those actuals or not actuals?
The blue is estimated costs.
I'm going off the yellow.
Right, everything on this is estimated,
Okay.
right? I didn't do the actuals for FY23.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, so we did not spend we did not use $14,000-ish in Chapter 90 funding.
In 23, we spent a little bit. I don't know the numbers, sorry.
Okay. It's a large pot of money that we're just sitting on, which I understand keeping some for a rainy day, but
Yeah,
I mean, how
especially
rainy of a
with
day are
this-
we looking for?
Well, rainy day, stormwater.
Thank you for getting that.
I do think we should seriously look at Chapter 90, helping to kickstart this stormwater management that's pervasive around town.
And trees.
Well, he said maybe trees aren't
Yeah.
allowed.
No, but it frees up extra cash.
Can free up cash.
If we have the ability to transfer lines, if you're dumping it into stormwater,
Yeah.
instead of using it for pavement management, you could backfill
True, yep,
trees, and by backfilling pavement management.
yep.
It's just a shell game at that point.
Right, left pocket, right pocket.
Yeah.
I mean, you could
Your pocket, my
potentially,
pocket.
if you felt comfortable with it, you could potentially fund the tree study, a new tree study
Yep.
by doing that.
Yep.
Not so sure, as I said before, that's a wise way to do it, because you're gonna spend a year's worth of tree removal just to do a study. Might be better off to just get aggressive on removing trees for 3 or 4 years, and then maybe a study then.
And we, again, I'll reemphasize, we spent a lot of time in capital planning on infrastructure this year, and the predictive 10-year outlook for it and what needs to get done on it. Thinking that it may eat up a lot of our budgets going forward.
So how do we put that as a request officially, I guess? Do we even have the ability to put that as a request, or just a simple recommendation, like, hey, there's
Like I
some...
said yesterday, I think we can influence.
Is that more a conversation for town manager and DPW to have, or is that a broader conversation that can be had?
I think it might be something you want to bring into the stormwater task force. Is that what it's called now? Stormwater committee?
Task force, yes.
Task force. And perhaps something select board should be asking for as well.
Again, I think that's a recommendation from the finance committee to those committees and let them fly with it. And we monitor what they do with it and see if we have any more comments down the road.
We're getting good at writing letters. We're getting good at writing letters.
Yes, we are.
I think the first thing would be is that you would talk to the town manager and have a discussion and go through all the pros and cons, and if you decide, yeah, that's a reasonable thing to do, then I think the next step would be to look at this year's budget and the future budgets and how you're going to do that. And I think that would be the best line of attack. I think that's always, that's why you're here. We're sitting here making up plans, but you're the one doing it every day. So you might say, what we're saying might be good, but maybe it's not. Or maybe our town manager says, well, you know what? I'd rather do this or that. So I think that's why you're hired, that's why you're here. I think at least have that discussion and then see what happens. So I'm not sure if that requires a letter or not, but and then depends on what if you want to change the budget for this year coming up to address that, then that would be good.
Any other discussion?
I think just opening the discussion this evening is a good first step. And, you know, Bill's not just going to totally ignore that. He's going to put it into his list of 4,000 things to think about. And hopefully we'll just get a report back on it someday that we didn't do it for this reason, or we did actually move forward and this is what we did. That's all we can ask. I look at it as we're trying to sit up here thinking logically, but you're tasked with thinking practically and as an engineer and from a half a dozen different hats. So, as Tom just said, we're not the experts in this. We're just trying to put some logical thoughts out into words and have a back and forth about it.
I think I am becoming an expert on stormwater, but.
He's getting his engineering degree pretty soon.
Any other questions or comments on this one?
No.
No. Should we
All
move
right,
on?
we're moving on.
Halfway there.
Next one's easy, right? It's just the labor, it is what it is, right? It's, there's, the union contracts, we have to go by those, so that there are increases, right? But it's all per the union contracts.
You have SAP workers too, though, don't you?
Yeah, myself, right?
Just one.
And isn't the sewer under you?
They are, but they're paid under the sewer enterprise fund. Separate budget.
Okay.
You feeling some stability, I should say, that didn't come out very good, in your workforce now that you're, or is it still always on the edge from day to day? Who's going to be here and who's going to be moving on type of thing?
Well, it's the highway side, there's a superintendent and now 5 people. Well, the 5th starts Monday. The superintendent's been there a long time. 3 of the guys have been there for, 2 of them have been there a long time. And the other guys we've hired, I think they're going to stick around. We have a good crew. We're pretty selective of who we choose. We had a lot of applicants, and if we didn't feel comfortable with them, maybe they had all the right licenses, but they didn't feel like the right fit, we didn't take them, I'd rather have a good crew that works every day than somebody who comes in and fights us every day, right? So.
Yeah. As you know, everybody knows up here that I'm around town a lot now, and a lot of people talk to me. And I make a point to talk to them too. I see your guys on a break somewhere, I actually stop and thank them for the job they're doing, so on and so forth. And, I get grumblings once in a while that salary has not entirely been the problem over the past few years. Morale has been a decisive factor in many people moving on. I don't want to get into the whys and whys not and whatever, but salary isn't always the reason that we lose a workforce. Morale is incredibly important.
Agreed, and that's why I was selective in who we chose to work there. Right.
You mentioned Joe earlier, and every interaction I've ever had with Joe has been fantastic. He will listen to you and give his opinion, and if he can help you, he will. If he can't, he'll tell you he can't. Which is, from my perspective as a citizen, has been great out in the field.
Yeah, I totally agree. if you get your hands on the brand-new employee newsletter, you'll see Joe.
Yep.
Yeah. And, you know, it's mostly what I think of him and what most people think of him.
Do you have unions, contracts coming up for renegotiation anytime soon?
We do. So, yeah, the highway crew, their union contract is up in June 30th. They're not going to have anything ready for a while. Maybe the special town meeting in November, maybe by then.
Okay. Is there a plan for a salary reserve or anything like that to get ready for that, or?
That is something the town manager handles.
Okay.
So what I've just forecasted out what I know I have to pay him next year.
Got it.
Yep.
Okay. Ms. Lemieux, do we have something set aside for that in the budget currently to prepare for that negotiation?
We have the salary reserve account.
And we're stacking that in anticipation for this, I assume?
This and any others.
Right.
This and the SAP.
Okay.
Bill, is there a particular reason, and we get it year after year after year, and I know negotiations get very difficult, especially in tight financial times, but for years now, it seems like, with the exception of maybe one or two contracts, they never get finalized in the year that they're supposed to get finalized. Are we starting too late? Is it just a long, drawn-out, nobody wants to give one way or the other process, or do you have a thought as to why we're never clearing these contracts on time?
Yeah. Well, since I arrived, there's been two, right? The clerical union, and I believe that one was done on time, or close to. The SAP's about a year behind. The highway workers, theirs is going to be a little late, but that's more on their side, not the town side. But
It's
I don't
just,
know. It's a tough one.
yeah, from my perspective, it's just so hard, as the chair just asked about the reserve fund. That's money sitting there that if the contract was already settled, it would be built into the budget for the year that it starts in, and then we'd know where we're going from there. We're always holding money in reserve and then back paying people. And it just throws the money all over the place. It's really hard to, I mean, I've been around long enough so I keep track of what's going where, but it takes a while to understand that whole process.
Yeah. Yeah, labor negotiations are always hard, right? And, you know, one side has their needs and the other side has their needs, and you got to find a middle ground, right? And sometimes it takes time.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. My graph again for that. Most of the salary is obviously in the highway labor, right? Because that's where the most people are. Snow removal, I'm proposing it's level budget again. It's been the same the past few years. Obviously, we spend more, but it's one area where we can deficit spend. With any luck, the budget next year, maybe we'll meet it, maybe not. We're due to get 4 new trucks, hopefully before next winter. I was hoping 2 of them would be here now, but they haven't arrived. So we won't have to hire out as many. The cost to hire out trucks is rather expensive. So hopefully we won't go over as much next year. And if the winters continue like they have been, we may not. We'll see.
Bill, oh, I'm sorry, never mind. I see what I was going to ask.
Yep.
I'm all set. Thank you.
And my graph again, the big chunk of the money is snow supplies, the salt. Salt is expensive. We were lucky this year it came down a little bit. Last year was, I think because of the cost of diesel, it was way up. Mm-hmm. This year it came down. We've used about the same amount the last few years, so we try our best to keep reducing, but you have to keep the roads safe.
So the purchasing of services are 32%, that's the snowplow, mostly snowplow providers?
Yes, the contractors we have to hire, yes. Mhm.
Bill, do you
All the
still
design.
buy into the using salt-only treatments for winter roads?
Yes, yeah, that's proven to be better. The sand doesn't melt snow, and it actually can insulate the snow. It might give you some grip, but then there's a cost of cleaning it up afterwards. And salt is, I mean, sand is gritty, right? So it's wearing on the roads, and then it wears into your drainage systems too. So you're better off to use salt.
Yeah, I don't disagree, I just wanted to ask the question, that's all. And the other thing being that with the warmer winters that we're having, we don't have as many of those nights that go down so cold that salt does absolutely nothing. So if you don't put sand with the salt, then you've still got a glazed road. That's still a problem up in the North Country where they do get the 0-degree nights and so on, and if they don't put sand down, it could be 3 days in a row that nothing melts and they've got glazed over roads without sand on them.
Right, so there are other chemicals you can use with the salt to lower the melting point. So, yeah, in those northern areas, they should really be looking at that if they're not using it already.
How low can you get, just out of curiosity, do you know?
Oh, I think it's in the low 20s, maybe the teens. I mean, at that point, it's not melting fast, but it's still melting.
Right.
Yeah.
Is there any possibility of going to liquid treatment?
Yeah, and that's what it is. It's, they use salt and then they spray a liquid, usually a magnesium chloride, onto the salt, so the combination lowers the melting point.
Okay, so we already are using liquid, okay.
We're not using it, we don't have the equipment, so that would be another upfront cost.
Got it.
It's, you know, if the winters were like they were, I'd be pushing for that. If they're gonna stay warm, maybe we can get away without it.
Yeah, okay.
The $7,500, that's the snow hired equipment, that's outside contractors?
Yes, yeah, that's kind of a weird but a line item. I'm not quite sure what we're using there, but although one year we did spend quite a bit on it. Snow hired equipment. I'd have to look and see what they actually used. That was 2022, right? So right before I got here.
Well, you had 7,500 budgeted in 2024. Is that contractors, or is it under purchase of service?
The contractors that purchase the service.
The 5,000?
No, contracted services. Purchase service, that's, what is that?
Because that looks like a low
that's-
number
yeah.
for contractors.
Right.
What he was asking about, Bill, was the last item in that.
Right,
That's
the hired equipment. I think
Is that-
that's if we have to buy, like, get a snow blower or something small.
Or rent a loader if both of your loaders are
Yeah.
down.
Yeah,
I was just thinking, it just came to me as I was looking at you, that might be
Right.
what that line is for.
yeah, we could use it there.
Right, okay.
So how many contractors do you usually hire?
Let's see, we have, I think it's about 15 per storm. We have trucks with salt spreaders on them. Those are used almost every storm. And then if there's enough snow, we have trucks just with plows. So each storm, we just call in what we need.
Something a conversation I had with somebody a week or two ago. Correct me if I'm wrong, you're fully staffed now, highway department, everybody?
We will be on Monday.
On Monday, okay, thank you. The concern, and I know it's been asked of you, as to why we were plowing sidewalks with a sand truck.
A pickup truck.
What's that?
A pickup truck.
Oh, it was, okay, I'm sorry. But I was told, and this is third-hand information, so I'm qualifying that we did that because we didn't have enough people to use the regular sidewalk machine and then go back and sand and salt. Are we staffed now so that we're in a position to go back to what we bought equipment for and to do it the way we've done it in the past?
Well, we use the sidewalk machine every storm. The problem though is during the storm, we don't have enough manpower. So that sidewalk machine doesn't go out till after the storm. Okay, we have to pull somebody out of a truck to drive that. So if somebody did plow a sidewalk, that was just to get it done faster, you know?
Okay, that helps me understand it better. And I try to make a point. Like I said, a lot of people talk to me, but I don't jump on them right away because I'm only getting one side of the story.
Yeah.
I've learned the hard way a couple of times that you need both sides. Thank you.
All right, we moving on. Traffic items, so electricity, line painting, supplies. I'm recommending we level fund that.
Are we pretty caught up with line painting?
We are not. So the new paving contract I put out has a ton of money in there for line painting. So as soon as that gets awarded, I'm going to tell them, get me on the painter schedule. So a lot of the roads that, you know, the paint's fading away, so we're going to get them. But we got to get on the schedule.
So you anticipate being caught up by the end of the year?
Yes. Yep.
So that's going to be your responsibility to coordinate between the paving company and the line painting company, or it's going to be part of a paving contract?
It's the paving contractor. It's the contract that encompasses the paving, the catch basin rebuilding and adjusting, and I put in the line striping too, and some other items. So it's
okay,
all
so
under
the,
one
so
umbrella.
the entity you hire is going to do beginning to end project, including line striping?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And additional line striping.
And the additional, yep. Yep, it was spelled out in the contract, so.
Yep.
Right, but we gotta get on the line painter's schedule, because there's only 2 major ones, and every town wants them, and MassDOT wants them, so. It's hard.
Business opportunity.
Are you line painting the whole town or just sections?
Pretty much any road now that has lines on it, that
Will be redone?
will be redone, yeah. Where are we going? Vehicle maintenance. Again, I'm proposing we level fund the vehicle maintenance. I think we can get away with it. We have a couple of newer trucks. We're getting 4 new trucks, so we should be able to maintain that budget. And off to the cemetery budget. So that is, well, obviously salaries, that's union contract. The one that I have highlighted is the seasonal laborers. So that line item, it's been like 11,800 for the past few years. We found that we need more hours, and the pay rate is so low at the bottom step, I couldn't hire anybody. So I want to bump it up to the 14,476 to have more hours in a higher pay rate. We had a couple of people apply last year, good candidates, and when we told them what we could pay them, they said no way. So hopefully this will attract some people, and if we could pay them a little more, we can keep them.
Did you get a sense for what they were looking for?
They're looking, well, one of them wanted $20 an hour. We were offering 16 and change. I'm saying step 4, it's 18 and change.
So we're closer.
Yeah.
You can get $20 an hour at Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah. Right, so it's hard to attract somebody to hold a weed whacker for 6 hours a day, right? $18 an hour, so.
Bill, what do you think has changed over the past, I'm gonna say, more than decade, 2 decades? That it requires a full-time person and 3 or 4 part-time people to maintain the cemeteries, where for my whole time growing up in this town, there was one person that did them all. And they were immaculate for the holiday weekends that were required. There was a little bit of a different agreement back then that that person worked 1 million hours in the summertime and then was allowed to take comp time in the wintertime. And it worked great. We had one person and everything worked perfectly. Why are we at a point where it takes so much more labor to do the same thing we did 20 years ago?
Well, I think one thing you just said was that person years ago was allowed to work extra hours. So I think the hours is probably the same, right? And now there's a demand for a higher level of service now. People want to see the grass a lot lower all the time.
But my point being, the grass was a lot lower when I was a kid growing up, all the time. And I won't belabor it. I understand that there's, collective bargaining constraints, there's a lot of things different, but I needed to make the comment. I've been in town for 70 years, and, a lot of people that have been here with me growing up say the same thing, Why is it so difficult to mow grass and maintain a cemetery today compared to 30 years ago?
All that rain we're getting.
Definitely this past summer it was, right?
It does make a difference. I don't disagree.
Usually in August, the grass burns out, right? And slows down. This year, it never slowed down, right?
Yeah, that's why I will never agree to upgrading the turf conditions in the cemeteries. The minute you do that, and we have rain like this, you'll be mowing them every other day, like the baseball fields.
Are you aligned with the Cemetery Commission on their policies and what this budget entails or encompasses?
I think their policies are extremely high level of service. This budget won't be able to meet their level of service that they expect. This will come close. This will keep the cemeteries looking good, but the level of service they're demanding, this won't meet it.
Is that primarily driven by the purchase of sales line, or purchase of service line that you have?
Yeah, and that's why I want to keep that high, and that's the budget I had last year, but part of that was like a one-time deal, to do certain work, but yeah, that's so we can try to hire a, landscaping crew when needed, for holidays, before holidays, as needed, right? And they don't come cheap, so.
But I mean, that line has tripled in 4 years.
Yeah.
Are we getting that much more for it?
Depends on who you ask, right? Yeah.
Now, Bill, that's revenue coming in from sale of lots, correct? Am I paying attention to the right thing we're talking about here?
This is expenses.
Right. Okay. This is operational budget.
It's purchase of service for the Cemetery Commission.
Oh, okay.
Specifically for the Cemetery Commission?
Sorry.
What is the sale of cemetery lots funding for?
That's mostly handled by the Cemetery Commission. Typically they take out town meeting $10,000 per year. They do flowers and other little projects.
So none of it goes to maintenance of the cemetery?
For the most part, no, it doesn't.
That's the way it's set up.
Correct.
Yeah. I cautioned myself as to, I was going to say based on the charter, but let's not even go there right now. We need a new charter review to fix those issues. But it's worked in the past and it'll work in the future. It's just a few things need to be ironed out.
Is step one still at $16 and whatever cents an hour?
It is, yeah.
Wow. Okay. It's very low.
Agreed.
This is saying $17 an hour.
Yeah, there's a personnel
You're right.
group that's working on that. At the select board meeting, they were talking about that, so was it next couple of weeks, they're gonna have something?
Yeah.
So.
Monday
that-
or
that'll
Wednesday
be
of next
addressed.
week.
I think the goal was they were gonna get rid of the couple of.
First 4 steps, I believe, right?
Something like that, yeah.
Well, they haven't decided yet.
We haven't
Nothing's
seen
been
anything
decided.
Yeah.
yet.
Will that have to be approved by town? It will,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, so, okay. So these numbers could theoretically
money.
change if they drop step 4, that automatically bumps up to a step 5.
Yeah, there should be a little bit of a bump. We don't necessarily have to hire somebody at step 4, somebody willing to work for a little less.
Okay.
Are these mostly like high school kids, college kids, or?
The past few years, they were younger people,
Yeah.
I don't think they were high school, but
Do you take 12-year-olds?
no,
Darn.
sorry.
Something for my kid to do.
And again,
Go
when
work
they
for
were,
step 1.
when those folks were on staff, they, again, I'm around town a lot and out in the cemeteries, both my parents are there, so I'm there a lot. And, you could see from day to day the work they were accomplishing, so.
Yeah.
We're getting our money's worth out of those folks when we have them. It's just that, as Bill mentioned, it's really hard to maintain people in those positions for the same money that they can go to McDonald's and flip burgers for.
For less
Well,
money.
what's
For
that?
less money than they can go to McDonald's and flip
Well,
burgers for.
that is true in many cases, that's correct, although you do get to work outdoors instead of over a hot grill.
Maybe get free french fries.
Yeah. Physical
Yeah, we
exercise.
did that. We had 2 young ladies, Lexi and Danielle, and they worked hard. They were very good, right? They were good workers, but they both found full-time employment, so, they had to do what was right for them. They both liked working here. I think they would stay. If it was a full-time position, one of them would be in it.
What are the hours for these as we offer them now? Actually, what are they currently and what's the request to increase to?
This slide goes over that.
The next one down? Or
Yeah,
2
that's
more
right.
down?
I got
Okay,
it on
I'll
my
wait,
slide,
I'll
don't I?
pull back my question then until we get to
Yeah.
that.
Oh, yeah, Jay, you were correct. Step 1 is $17 an hour.
Oh.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I wanted to pay him around step 4, $18.58. I think I can get people for that. So, yeah, the budget last year was 19 hours per week for 17 weeks. I want to try to go 19 hours a week for 20 weeks, extend the season, start a little earlier, end a little later. Try to get things cleaned up. The spring's very busy, right? Any people that died over the winter, they're waiting to get buried. So May, all of a sudden we have 10 burials, right? At the same time, we're trying to clean up and the grass is growing like crazy. So it's a scramble to get everything looking good for Memorial Day.
Bill, what's the maximum number of weeks you're allowed on a seasonal employee? Is it 21,
Is
Is there a limit?
or is it higher than that?
Is there a limit?
I believe there is. That's what makes them seasonal.
Yeah.
There is a limit.
Yeah,
If the town manager's on, she might.
20. I just got the answer
Okay,
texted
it
to
is
me.
20.
is it 20?
Yeah, I knew it was in that ballpark. Because Parks deals with that all the time with the beach staff.
Someone from Parks texted me that.
That's what I figured, Chris.
Do you use inmates from the work program?
Yeah, in the past, they had, was the LUK, L-U-K. They would supply some, I think they were high school kids, and I reached out to them, and their supervisor came over, and he says, I'll get you 2, young people, and then he disappeared, and I tried reaching back to him over and over and over, never got back to him. The other thing we've done is, we started using the Department of Corrections.
Yes.
Yeah, so they were very helpful. They would send out a crew, and even the guard would work just as hard as the rest of the crew. They helped us a lot with the leaf cleanup. It's fantastic, and we only have to pay them pizza, so,
Yeah, feed them.
yeah. It was a lot cheaper,
So where
so,
are they?
Wait, they don't get paid for that?
No.
no,
Seriously?
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah.
Can you bypass prevailing wage and all that with that kind
well,
of?
they're prisoners, right, so,
Well, I
and it's
don't know,
maintenance, prevailing wage
wage-
doesn't apply to maintenance.
It's a weird
And
thing.
the guards are collecting their salary.
They're working for the state right now.
Right,
Yeah, they did it for our church. They painted the church. They did a fantastic job. They were
yeah.
wonderful. Everybody was very, very pleased with their work, so I'm glad you're using that.
A lot of those people were just glad to be able to get outdoors again, like I just said.
Yeah.
It's a privilege for them. They're
Yeah.
like outdoors. This is like recess for them.
Yeah, they worked very hard for us. I was very happy.
So are you still using them?
Yes, yeah, we've been in contact. It sounds like they, at least once a week, they should be able to send a crew. We had them
And
twice a
where-
week.
For
yeah.
word for that.
Where are you using them?
For, where? North
Where?
and South cemeteries, right?
So just in the
Yeah, for
cemeteries?
cemetery work, yeah.
So you're using them, plus you want to get seasonal help?
Yep. Yeah, because like I said, the Department of Correction crews is probably only once a week. You know, we need more help than that, so. Especially with the new rules that the Cemetery Commission put in place, so. You know, I want to try to meet them, right? And everybody wants the cemeteries looking great, so. To do it, you need labor.
Yeah.
So on the last item, with respect, the last couple items, the rules from the Cemetery Commission, is there a discussion of cost when the rules are being, deliberated, let's say that?
Yeah, yeah, when they first were proposed, I said, I can't meet these rules under current conditions, and they elected to vote them in place anyway.
Unfunded mandate.
Yeah, it's kind of like an unfunded mandate.
Yeah,
But that comes from the premise that a number of boards have, that they're tasked to create policy, and so they do, and then it's up to the town to figure out how to implement it, whether it costs or not.
Well, yeah, I don't
It's-
think boards do that blind of cost usually. I think they usually assess the costs associated.
I have to disagree in more than one case.
I don't know
Well,
of any
the
other
cost should
case,
definitely
but
be part of the discussion.
okay.
Yeah, you would hope
Do you
that
attend those meetings sometimes, or they invite you to them?
the Cemetery Commission meetings, yeah, I attend everyone.
Okay, so you probably can, do you bring that up? Like, will they say, I want to do this, and you say, well, that's going to cost X dollars, or something like that?
YouTube videos, one Thursday a month.
Yes, we should go back and watch some of the videos.
Oh, yeah, I've seen them.
There was no quorum today though, right?
Except for today, right?
one was missing.
And I couldn't make it.
One was missing. There is an opening in Cemetery Commission too, I think,
There is.
if anyone's interested.
There's an employment hearing coming up.
Okay.
Maybe not.
Have we belabored this one enough?
Yeah.
Kind of tree removal.
Yeah, and they got the cemetery purchase of service, yeah, I'm looking to keep that budget at 22,000, to hire landscapers when needed and do other work as needed. So, and yeah, we're down to tree removal, so the budget's, well, last year was 30,000, I want to double it. I want to be able to, like I said, try to get ahead of some of the, instead of being reactive, be proactive, right? This would help.
Again, where I think you have control of the budget within the line items, and with Chapter 90, perhaps you can think about how to deal with it this year, and then put a plan in place for tree and stormwater. I took a note on that, and I think that should be maybe even a recommendation we put in our report for the year.
I did as well.
Okay. but I think we talked a lot about.
All right. I got a couple of slides on trees, but I think we beat it to death, right? So, yeah, and then we talked about the outside funding. We had the Chapter 90 money. I got a tiny bit of the winter recovery assistance program money left. That'll probably cover some of the line striping that I plan on doing. And, yeah, any kind of grants I can get, I'll go for it. We did get a grant for, to do a bridge and culvert study and maintenance plan. Right, something we haven't talked about. The bridges in this town, some are rather old, so knock on wood, we haven't had to do any repairs since I've been here, but, you know, reading the reports, we're close.
Is anyone researching grants for cemeteries? They had a couple of projects that might be worthy of grants.
Yeah, that's definitely something I can look into. I believe the Cemetery Commission is also looking.
And I know they talk about a gift, perhaps. Is it of a stone wall or something?
Yeah, they mentioned they have a gift for $175,000 towards a new stone wall. That's about all I know about it at this point.
Okay.
Was that the one that they were putting up in the capital items? Was that the same wall?
Same wall, yes.
Yeah, and what was that, 400?
350.
350.
So the 350 would be if it was done by the town, prevailing wage, everything like that. Could it be done by this,
By volunteers?
Gift.
No, by this gift, the same way that we're doing like the skate park, where we give an easement to the skate park to put it on as a gift, and then we accept it back as a gift. Could that be done, if there is a gift for this wall, raised enough money, let them just deal with it, and then gift it to the town?
That's a legal question, yeah, we'd have to ask town council. Yeah.
It just may save money of the town and have it completely done as a gift.
Does Heather have something? Town manager?
I can answer that. So the answer is no, it can't be done that way. So the gift would be a gift of funds to the town, so it would be going through the town.
Why can't it be done that way?
Yeah, can't be in-kind services.
It's a gift of funds that would be donated to the town.
Why can't it be a gift of a wall, the same way that the skate park is gifting a skate park?
It would, that wasn't what I know of it. That's not how it was approached.
So they just want to gift the money, not in-kind services.
Correct.
Okay, but why couldn't it be changed to that, would be my question.
That's really a question for the cemetery commission and donors.
Sure.
Where are you gonna get the balance of the money gifted from, though? I don't understand what you're pushing forward here, because the gift that's offered out there is specifically for that particular wall, if it ever happens. And you're gonna need the rest of the money, $175,000 more to complete the project. Where's that money gonna come from? I understand what you're saying.
No, I don't think you do.
Outside of
I think
serving
the town doing it for $350,000, an individual could probably do it for $175,000.
Maybe, yeah.
I don't know. I honestly don't know. You could be correct.
Come on up. Stretch your legs.
For those of you who don't know me yet, I'm Chris, the facilities director. I have some involvement with the skate park project, and I say that limited. So the reason they are able to avoid prevailing wage is the town has no say whatsoever in what they're doing, besides the area of land we're allowing them to work. They have designed it, they planned it, we have no say whatsoever, and town council has confirmed with the state that it's acceptable that way.
Yeah.
Because we've already started planning for a wall, it would probably violate that.
We haven't started planning for a wall.
You'd have to confirm that with council. That's just, what I know is because the town has no true involvement in the skate park was the exception that they used to avoid prevailing wage. So.
Who's doing the work?
The skate park association that you know, it was started by some high school students and.
But are
some
they
other
hiring
guys
the
in town.
contractor as well? The town's having no involvement in that?
We have no involvement.
We have no
besides-
involvement.
And then they're gonna donate it afterwards. So that's how they're able to do it.
How does that work for insurance coverage after?
They have to have insurance.
Yep.
After the fact, though, once it's handed back,
We get it as a gift, and then
We
now
absorb
it's-
it after
and
the,
then you have to
we
insure it?
accept it as a gift, and it's
Okay.
insured by the town.
Okay.
thank you.
I would really look into having the gift be done as a total gift, because I don't, $175,000 for a wall seems,
How long is the wall?
Well, it sounds like they're just donating a portion of it.
Bill, that
Yeah.
length must be 500 feet, isn't it?
I think it's more like 800 feet.
800 feet,
Yeah.
it's a long,
Yeah.
it replaces the hedge on Holman Street. If it gets built.
okay.
All right. My last slide, I just pointing out that, yeah, my budget request is $148,000 more than the town manager's preliminary proposed budget. That's what I got.
Questions? Open up, I know we've asked, do we have any more questions left?
I think we picked it apart pretty well for the evening. I just want to say, and I will say this with the next presenter, thank you for putting all this time in. I know I've seen you at least 3 evening meetings already this week, as well as your full-time responsibilities during the day, with the next speaker pretty much doing the same this week, so we greatly appreciate it.
Hey, you're welcome. I take my job seriously, so.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Ms. Russell, any questions or comments before? we let-
No, I think you covered it.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
heading home.
Just short of 2 hours.
Before you leave, I'm going to do it out of order, but just so we have to, I added in, thanks to a public comment before, to have public comment after the presentations, but I'm happy to, since this one went for a while, I'm going to slip it in there now. Is there any public comment from the public? Mr. Beardmore, regarding the DPW presentation.
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Peter Beardmore, 282 Pleasant Street. Speaking for myself, I just have a question for clarification and then a comment. Did the DPW director just present his proposed budget, or did he present how he plans to meet the town manager's preliminary budget?
That was my proposed budget.
Okay, I would just ask for some clarification in terms of what are the requirements of the finance committee then, because this came up in last night's school committee meeting in terms of what the expectations are for a presentation, and there seems to be some confusion here.
Well, so let me just ask a clarifying question. This says the preliminary budget. Is this town manager's current budget? By way of an analogy, I think you started at 2.5 as the preliminary budget on schools, and now it's 2.97. So is this in
Now,
this?
the town manager's preliminary budget that she presented on, I believe, the 20th of February was 2.94%. For the school department, excuse me. I
Yeah,
don't
school
know
department, yeah, yeah.
the exact number for the DPW. But my question is pertaining to the DPW and what the expectations are for other departments.
Again, I just want to, I would recommend we ask town manager what.
That's exactly what I was getting to. Ms. Lemieux, how does this fall in line currently with where we're at for your budget?
I guess I'm confused because it sounds like the question is, what does the committee want presented to them?
Well, I think by, I don't know if it's specifically by charter or by bylaw, it should be whatever's going to be brought forward to town meeting, that budget.
But historically, departments have presented their needs, but the budget, including requests that weren't funded in the preliminary budget.
Okay.
But the committee also has all the numbers with both scenarios.
So what is the difference?
Okay.
What is the difference between this budget and your budget?
$148,000.
Right, and what specifically is it? Is it a bunch of small little items, or is it a couple of big?
All the items he had highlighted.
Larger items, I believe it's tree removal, stormwater,
Cemetery.
drainage, and purchases, I guess.
It's all the ones I had highlighted in
In
yellow
yellow.
that we talked about.
Okay, all right.
So, from my perspective, we got what we've been traditionally getting, excuse me, and that is a proposed budget by the department head, identifying the points that are above the town manager's proposed preliminary budget, excuse me, yes, thank you. And that's what I think we just received, and that, from my perspective, is what we've seen over the 4 or 5 years that I've been involved with Finance Committee directly. So, I have no issue with it. I know where we're at, but, you know, it's up to the committee if they want something different.
I want the town manager to say whether she believes the right budget for DPW is $2,223,277.
She'll say that when she submits.
Dave,
the
I didn't
final
ask
budget.
you. I asked the town manager.
My recommendation right now hasn't changed from where it's been. So.
Is what?
My recommendation now has not changed since I first gave it. So at this point in time, that has not changed since the preliminary budget.
So your recommended budget is $2,085,000 or something?
$2,275,277.
What is it?
Where is it?
I'm pulling it up now.
Where are you getting that?
Right, the budget from February 12th,
Correct.
$2,075,240.37.
Well, if we're going with a needs-based plan, then
Okay, so this is, okay.
then I need to change what I told the school committee last night, which was that they need to present to us what the town manager has put as her preliminary budget, the 2.94%. So if that's the case, that we are going with a needs-based, that we want, so if we're saying that we want the town manager to present her balanced preliminary budget, which she did on the 12th, and then we want the department heads to come by and present to us a needs-based budget.
Well, that's what they did before.
Correct. So, but the schools have not done that before. The schools, to my knowledge, have always done what the town manager's line was, what the percentage increase was. So now if we're saying we can do needs-based, then they have a different budget that they would need to present next week.
But it also needs to take into consideration, or at least give us the information as to where it differs from where the town manager's number for them is at this point. That makes sense?
With that, it's a little bit different because the school department is a department of departments, whereas this is one department within the town. So it's far more convoluted than just to say,
Right.
where is it different? Because where it's different is on the bottom line.
Yeah.
That's the only difference. Because in our budget, all we see is schools. We see 2 lines.
So am I correct in saying that after they do their presentation, at the end of it, then it should be clearly stated and posted maybe on the final page that this proposed needs budget is X number of dollars more or less than the present proposed amount allotted by the town.
Exactly what we just saw on the last slide.
Right. Okay.
So what I had also told the school committee was that on next week's meeting was to present the 2.94% budget, which matches town manager's preliminary budget. When they came back on the 21st, after they had time to actually approve a budget on the 20th, that a budget that they support would be to give an update and say, this is what the school committee supports, effectively a needs-based budget at that point. But if we don't want to sit through 2 meetings of school committee budgets, and I'm sure they, and I don't want to speak for they, but I'm sure they would not mind doing a single budget if we're saying needs-based is what we want presented to us.
Bottom line, though, is that whatever the final budget ends up being is what we're going to deliberate and make recommendations on.
But what the final budget is likely to be is closer to the town manager's preliminary budget.
Correct. Yeah, that's the quandary. We're going to be presented a budget that probably is not going to be the final.
We're not on the school budget, we're on DPW.
Yeah.
Correct.
DPW.
You guys answered my question, I think. I appreciate it. It's,
How did they answer your question? Because I'm confused as heck.
well, I was about to say, the answer is clear as mud, but it was answered, I guess. By the way, watching here during that presentation from the DPW director, you folks may have been able to delineate the difference between the town manager's preliminary budget and the DPW's director's proposed budget, but that was not apparent to me until the last 30 seconds of his presentation that there were 2 different things. So maybe you guys are following along better than I was, but it wasn't apparent to me.
Yeah, it wasn't apparent to me either.
Okay. I do have a comment on this. I gotta tell you folks, as I've said multiple times in the last couple of weeks, I've paid pretty close attention for the last 6 years. I sit on the school committee and I also sit on the capital planning committee. I was stunned by the balance on the Chapter 90 stuff. I had no idea that we were accumulating and not spending that amount of money. It's clear to me that there is no plan for that money. That money has no legislative oversight. It is completely administered by the town manager and the DPW director. And to be honest with you, I'm offended with the amount of time the capital planning committee spent talking about infrastructure and drainage issues in the second half of last year. And I had those conversations with absolutely not an inkling of the amount of money that we have readily available to go and spend and fix some of those proposed projects right now. And that was deliberated to the detriment of other very valid, legitimate capital requests that have no other potential sources of funding. So I would recommend to the Finance Committee that you communicate with the Select Board and come up with some sort of policy or a regular update and oversight for those funds. Because this is our money. I understand the rules associated with it, but this is stunning to me, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. So, to address what we were looking for, to stay on the topic of DPW, I'm perfectly fine to see needs-based budgets because it gives us an idea as to what the department heads feel the town needs, or what their department specifically needs to meet the needs of, well, their department, not to go completely cyclical. But at the end of the day, what exactly do we do with that number? Because our job is to recommend to town meeting, but we can't go to town meeting and say, we want to amend the omnibus budget and increase it by $148,000. We can't do that.
Yes, we can.
Increase it?
Yes.
No.
As long as we have a funding source.
Yeah.
What's your funding source?
Well, you have to state that, where you're gonna take it from.
Right.
Yeah. Actually, we can go out with an unbalanced budget.
We can.
Well, the town manager always had there was a target budget and then above target.
Right. There's a target, a
Yeah.
needs-based and a
and a
preliminary.
needs-based, yeah.
And then her preliminary budget.
Any more questions for the DPW?
Yeah, I want you to come back with a budget request that aligns to the town manager's.
I disagree.
You can.
We can, yes, we can.
I mean, I think that this is irresponsible, given what the town is going through right now. The school's doing 4 meetings a week on trying to balance their budget with oversight of the entire school board. And we have departments under town manager, under the select board, who haven't even come forward with, aligned to the budget that the town manager has done for that department. I also missed that through the whole presentation, so shame on me, but.
Jay, Tom, thoughts? We have 2 thoughts.
So to me, what is going to be presented to the town at the town meeting, that's the thing, that's the most important thing. I know, like, for one of the items is that the town manager has reduced the tree budget by 25 grand. But, what other, so that's the important one, because that's what should be, that's the one I think that we need, if that's what's going to be presented, or some version of that.
I tell you, we have the town manager did a budget, he's $148,000 over, that doesn't mean he's getting his $148,000.
So to me, what is the difference between, what are the things that were changed so that, because we saw this and go, okay, but we didn't go into as much detail with the town manager, so we might either agree or disagree with her changes. And we didn't have, at the time she went through all that, we didn't have all the information we have now. So it's hard for me to make any comments on something that like, example, the tree removal. If it's removed 25,000, we were just talking about a whole another way of funding some things, and we all kind of agreed that we probably needed more money rather than less in tree removal, all things being equal. But I understand why the town manager would want to make a cut like that, because that's something, with the kind of budgets that she needed to prepare, she needed to make changes. So I understand both sides. I just, to me, the mindset behind how the budgets were created and why the cuts were made are just as important as the numbers themselves.
Where's the reconciliation between the proposed budget and this budget? Is it just sprinkled through with yellow and no identification of the difference?
Well, we got the budgets
Right.
for all the towns, we got them preliminary and all that.
Line item detail budget.
Right.
Okay, so it's my job to take this PowerPoint and a PDF file and try to reconcile them?
No. I'm just saying we have the numbers is all.
Didn't you do that?
I did not, I've started to go through them, yes, to look at
What the percentages were?
I did, but then the select board voted to put a warrant article forward, so I stopped, because that's going to be later on in our vote.
But there's still going to be a balanced budget put into the article just before the override, so We need to move forward with whatever the town manager proposes as her final budget presentation. This is a precursor to it with some overages, and she'll explain whether she increased or decreased or didn't change from her preliminary budget when she makes her presentation. So I don't see what the issue is here, and we're keeping a person here for another hour.
I think the issue is a complete
Unnecessarily.
lack of clarity in what's going on here. That's what the issue is. And I think this all comes under the, you know,
The lack of clarity comes from 7 different budget iterations. That's where the lack of clarity comes from. 10 years ago, we did a preliminary budget, proposed department budgets, and then a final town manager budget. And the process went ahead smoothly, and we had the opportunity to give our recommendations along the way. Now, we don't even know what we're recommending, what we're working with to recommend. This is, you know, getting as confusing as the school budget's 7 iterations.
We only have 3 iterations, though. We have the target, the requested, and preliminary. That's all we've been provided by the town side. So we still have, that's all we've had. We've had that since
So why do we need more than that?
We don't. I'm not asking for more than that.
Thank you.
No, I'm just saying that our job is to look at the budget that is presented, to recommend to town meeting, to make a recommendation to town meeting as to whether or not we support or do not support the budget as a whole. And comparing different budget item, or 2 different budgets, or 2 different lines for department is not helpful in this situation.
I agree.
Because, I mean, we spent 45 minutes talking about cutting down trees, but we just cut 50% of that out. We have 50% of that is already cut out of the actual budget, so we just spent time talking about what we could do with all these extra funds and where we could move things around, but those funds don't actually exist. Because in the preliminary budget, they're not there, and as we just heard, the preliminary budget is not changing at this point.
Has not changed. She didn't say it's not changing. All she said is, as of today, it has not changed. So I think we're just spinning our wheels for nothing here, right at the moment.
I have a hard time finding $148,000 to add to the budget.
Potentially, it could be done the way we just spent an hour talking about it.
Well,
And now that that's been verbalized, then we may find that comes forward when the final budget comes to us. That's when I want to look at it. You know, I've spent time looking over budgets that aren't even accurate anymore, and weren't accurate to begin with, in some cases. So, I'm not going to spend a lot of time going over any more iterations that come out until we get down to the end of this process and we have an actual proposed budget in front of us. I said this right from the beginning, that this thing is a continuously moving target from beginning to end. And at the end, hopefully we've come up with, and the town manager and everybody else has come up with the best we can do. But to expect all of this shuffling around added to the process, it's counterproductive as far as I'm concerned, and that's my opinion.
all right.
All right, I think I understand the DPW. What I don't understand is the reconciliation of the 2.223 million versus the 148,000 overage, and how we deal with that, so.
Ms. Lemieux?
I mean, I can point out specific line items that, where the differences are. So when I put together my preliminary budget and looked at the requested budget for the DPW with the DPW director, I asked what are the level service amounts for those categories that he had in dollar amounts that exceeded my target. And that's what's reflected in those line items is a level service number. So that would be tree removal, purchase of service, It would be the stormwater line for stormwater management project line, and the purchase of service line under the highway department, and drainage.
Okay, because well, there's another issue as well, because I'm looking at the line item budget that was given to us on the 13th, and I'm comparing the total for DPW, and then versus what the preliminary budget is, and they differ by $60,000. So that's a...
Can I just make a recommendation?
Sure.
Can we just get a, my recommendation would be that we do let Bill go. I think I understand
Just come tonight.
what. No, I didn't.
Dave's gonna drag him out.
Okay?
Sorry. I think I understand everything in here. I think what I would like to see is a reconciliation between the preliminary budget, where you stand today on the budget, and the $148,000, just in a one-pager that we can look at later. But I'll be honest, I did think that this was, going through this entire presentation, that we were talking to the preliminary budget all along. That this aligned to the preliminary budget, that it wasn't.
I did as well.
So, maybe I missed it throughout the presentation somehow, but
Can we make a request of that between town manager and our director here to just highlight just those lines that are different between what was presented this evening and what was presented from the town manager as well? It doesn't have to be every single line, obviously, ideally just the lines that have changed.
Certainly.
Okay.
I have that spreadsheet. Go over it with the town manager and get it right over to you.
That would be great.
Yeah.
and if you could do it in the context of the entire budget, so that all the line items, and just highlight the ones that are over.
Yep, that's what I have. I have that spreadsheet here in front of me. I just clean up a little bit and, take out all the extraneous stuff and send it over to you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other public comment? It's a lot of public comment. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Next up, we have facilities. One second. Good evening.
How's it going?
So first question. You may know what budget is this. Which budget are we looking at?
So I wasn't sure which one, so my charts show all of them right across the board so you can see it.
Okay, so we'll see all.
Yes.
We'll see requested needs, target needs, and town manager.
And I have, for the most part, aligned with the town manager. There's only a few changes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So the slide here we can skip past. In the interest of time, I'm guessing you guys probably want to skip past the agenda here.
We'll give you your time, absolutely. Feel free.
So,
You put a lot of work into this. So
exactly.
So, just a quick introduction. This is a similar slide to last year, but as part of the FY23 budget, Facilities and Parks was separated from DPW. New department is headed by me. We have a superintendent, a custodian position that's currently vacant. We did interview this week, so hopefully soon we'll have that filled. Recreation director, which says just hired, but actually her 1-year anniversary is next week. And then we've got the seasonal beach director and seasonal lifeguards. All of these facilities require quite a bit of maintenance, so that's there. If you want to jump to that next slide. Again, this is similar to last year. It just lists off all the buildings and properties that fall under our purview. One I would like to highlight is the TC Passios and the Brooks buildings at the moment are occupied by the school department for the most part. TC Passios has packets in there as well as the food bank, and the Parks Department uses that for rec programs. That being said, there has been some discussion as to the school department looking to move their operations out of TCP. I think that will trigger a larger conversation of what we do with that building. Because, you know, heating it for 2 people renting it, and it's a lot of money for that.
That's the building that needs the roof work?
Yes. So I think before we pull the trigger on starting that capital project, we need to have the conversation. I'm still going to make sure we have it ready to go out to bid, just so if the decision is to move forward, that's what we'll do. But again, it's the moving target of these budgets is, I believe, the school's decisions, and I think they're looking at locations and whether or not they can handle the load.
Sorry, go ahead.
Who's in the Brooks house?
The Brooks house is typically the school facilities director occupies that. At the moment, since he's new, he's in TCP to be closer to the superintendent's office, is my understanding. So at the moment, the Brooks house is not being utilized for very much. I don't know what their plan is with that.
Do you have an estimate of the cost to maintain the Brooks on an annual basis?
I don't have the Brooks handy. Those accounts I don't have access to through Munis, and I've got the reports printed. I have not pulled all of those costs together.
I mean, are we talking tens of thousands of dollars though, or?
No, I mean, we're talking heat the building because you can't let anything freeze, and, you know, so it's minimal electricity, a little bit of heat, but there's not a whole lot of users in there. There's no windows open. The doors aren't getting opened all day. So the Brooks is probably a pretty low number. TCP is the bigger one because that building is sprinkled, so we have to heat the entire building. We can't just shut a wing off. We jump to the next slide. There is just the Meet Our Team slide, which is the same as last year, although our facilities custodian, Dawn, has moved up to the superintendent position. And we interviewed 3 people this week to fill his old position. So hopefully we'll be back up to a full staff soon, because there's just certain things you can't do with one guy.
Chris, that's a full-time position, right? This custodian?
Yes.
Thank you.
And speaking of staff, your comment about plowing the sidewalk may have actually been my staff. So when it snows, my staff plows the town parking lots and a small route around the center of town. One of the storms, he did plow the sidewalk in front of town hall because it was too much snow, and I was the guy shoveling. So that's why that may have been the one you were referring to.
Not a problem. I was just trying to fact check things more than anything.
So we can jump past the cover one there. So this slide here just shows the budget breakdown for FY24 of what we had. If you jump to the next one here, this is the FY25 facilities requested budget. Not a whole lot of changes to it besides contractual obligations for, I will have 2 employees in the highway union, and then 2 SAP, which would be myself and the rec director. The big change you see on this graph here is we're splitting out the purchase of service line. The reason for that is to help us track costs better. So there'll be 90,000 will be purely scheduled maintenance. So we know the landscapers are, call it 20 grand a year. We know the garage door service is that. So all of those contracts go into there, and the rest of it will be repairs, upgrades. Before, we were putting in estimated purchase orders, which just makes it very difficult to go back and see what money's truly spent and what was projected. So that's the reason for that split.
You're responsible for Lake Shirley Dam or DPW? I thought
that was on DPW. So those, if you look further on, they're crossed off. I left them in there because originally they landed in the facilities budget. I'm not sure why.
Okay.
But now they are gone entirely.
Okay.
So. The next slide is the town manager's preliminary budget, which on the facility side, I believe is the same. And then the slide after that is level services, and I believe there are no real changes between any of those. So if you jump next up to the Parks 24, so this is where we were in 24. The biggest chunk of that budget is our purchase of service, which includes landscaping for all the parks. So that's the fields, the sand cleanup at the beach, all those type of things. If you jump to the next slide, this is, I think, where my questions are going to start. This is my requested budget for parks. We were looking for an additional $5,000 on the purchase of service. The reason for that is the landscape contract is up this year, and there's been services that have not been being completed over the years or kind of half completed by volunteers for the baseball fields. So it's a little extra to get us where we should be, as well as the 3-year contracts. The price is going to go up. The other difference is we are hoping to increase our rec director's hours from 19 hours to 28 hours, which, on this graph is not a huge jump, but on the back end, there is the benefit cost. Just pull out, I have a little summary here of why we would like to do that. So, first thing I go through is the rec director is responsible for all parks billing, not just recreation programs. So a lot of her time is tied up in that. All the recreation billing, which makes sense. All the recreational programming. We handle the scheduling of the TCP gym that has multiple user groups, from the teen center to the school and us. On top of that, she is setting up for programming, depending on where we're using it, which is quite the challenge when you only work 3 days a week. Unlocking doors, locking up buildings for that, getting all the programs up and running, working with different town partners. She's working on quite a few programs coming up for this year, including coordinating with the police department for, potential self-defense classes, things like that. And, attending all the Parks Commission's meetings, which, it's, as you know, these nighttime meetings can sometimes get long. Our current challenges with her position is, there's not enough hours in the day to even complete what she's doing, let alone school vacation week. We had programs that ran 5 days because kids are off. So 2 of those days, I end up being the one unlocking and locking up. And if I'm doing that, I'm not doing my job. But these are programs we've offered to parents that they're expecting their kid to have somewhere to go all week. If something gets canceled, it screws up a lot of people's schedules. And for some of the programs, we currently have volunteer from the Parks Commission is the one that's locking up the building at night because we have no other staff to get it done. And
is this increase in the preliminary budget, or is this an increase in the needs-based budget?
This is an increase in the needs-based budget.
Okay, so it's not reflected in the town manager's preliminary budget?
I do not believe so.
Okay.
Another thing as far as, employee quality of life, her current schedule is Monday, Wednesday, Friday. There's a lot of Monday holidays in the year, and, anyone working 19 hours is working another job. So it's not fair to ask them to change the other job schedule for their own. More hours is going to allow the town to expand programming, which will better serve the residents. It'll bring in some more revenue for us. We'll be able to improve the existing programs we have now. The other thing is, there's been some changeover with the rec director position. We finally have some momentum going, programs are being successful, but at 19 hours, how long do you expect someone to stay in that position? People are always looking for a true full-time gig. So,
do you have this on a plan to go to full-time?
Our initial ask was for 28 hours from 19. If you could give me full-time, I would take it. There's certainly a need for it, and anything more than we have now would be great. The goal was always to start small to get it up and running and slowly build the program. You know, day one, 40 hours, I think would have been wasting town's money. Now that we're getting the programs going and we're getting recognition and working with all of our other partners, it's growing and expanding, and I think it's a very valuable thing for the town.
Is there the opportunity to bring her up to, is it 36 hours, is full-time?
I don't know, I asked that before.
I know, let's just say, let's pick 36. But to cover some of the cost with some of the program fees, or is that not allowed?
How much,
That's a fantastic question. I'm not sure if we can use program.
how much revenue is it gonna generate?
You cannot use it, my understanding is you cannot use it for her salary, you can use it for the seasonal workers, but not for a salary of her type. Out of the revolving fund.
But similar to the conversation we had with our first presentation, where it's hard to swallow a small increase in hours that goes to full-time. It's just, the further you can push the number to full-time, the less impact it has on the back end with the overhead of healthcare costs.
Exactly, and the answer we're getting from this gentleman is that
The hours are needed.
we'll take them if you'll give them to us, whereas on the other one, the answer, and I don't know, I won't say one way or the other, but the answer was I don't have enough work for her to go to full-time. This position, there is, and the Parks Commission and Chris could spell out exactly what she'd be doing for probably 50 hours a week.
I also went through and, assuming that the benefits are about $26,000 when you go over that threshold, at 28 hours, that works out to about almost $18 an hour is what the benefits cost. If you go up to 32, that drops to about $15.50. 36, it drops to just under 14, and at 40 hours, it comes down to about $12.50 an hour. So, which, you know, I'm requesting what I think we need.
What about 60 hours?
Did not go that high. I stopped at 40.
Oh, you get into overtime.
The only other change I initially asked for on parks was to increase the beach salary staff, because we were consistently running about a $4,500 deficit. And to cover that each year, we were moving the funds from revolving fund. If I got to pick one thing for someone to cut, we can continue status quo with that, because the funds have been there to cover it.
So for the total on this, what is the, at 28 hours, what's the, and obviously you're not responsible for the healthcare costs.
So going
what's
from
the sum
19
from
to
this
28 would be $12,817 increase.
For all three of these? Including the beach staff and the?
No, that does not include the beach staff.
Okay.
The beach staff, if you give it to me, great, but I know there's so many budget constraints in the town right now that every little bit helps, and we can function with it the way it is. You know, it would be just, at 28 hours, it would be a $12,817 increase, and then I can run through the rest of them if you want.
No, I was just curious as to what we're looking at for an increase in total. If we're looking at 28, see, this is the issue with needs-based, is what's the actual need? And that gets into the difficulty of this type of, this going with a presentation where it's just needs-based.
Well, no, I think
the next slide is going to show.
I think if you look at the table, it has.
Yeah, once we get further into the table, there's better detail of it all.
Fantastic. I will hold my question then again.
All right, so if we jump over to the next one there.
So let me ask a different question. If you did bring this to full-time, would she accept a full-time position? Seeing as we're dealing with an actual person, not a.
I think she would be open to it. She is excited for more hours, and, you know, this is kind of what her background is, and is looking to turn it into a career, so.
Okay. And again, just by way of commentary on this, there's very little in this town for certain age groups, and I think that this is one of those that has the potential to give at least something for those age groups, right? That, you know, 20 to 50-year-old range there's really no services in town other than police, fire, and roads.
Bad Larry's.
Bad Larry.
So how much, if they went to the 28 hours, how much additional revenue do you think that would generate to offset that cost?
I don't have that number at the moment. And again, the revenue can't offset her salary from what Mr. Basio said.
No, but it would,
Oh, it would offset.
You were saying it's
opportunity
gonna
for
generate-
additional programming, which
Yeah.
would add more funds into the revolving account.
I don't have that number.
Right, it doesn't directly go to her, but indirectly it's
Yeah,
one big
indirectly it comes into the town.
pot.
So at 19 hours, I mean, if we're adding another 9 hours, can we assume that you're talking roughly a 30% increase in programming to some effect?
I don't have that answer at this time.
Oh, we have a professional.
Hi, Anna Lockwood, 91 Main Street, also the Chair of the Parks Commission. We ran programs at the TCP for 4 days, for 2 months, and we brought in $4,000 in revenue. So that gives you a glimpse into, that's just summer. All the programs that we run throughout the summer, there is always a little bit of a buffer. It's always been about 15% of anything that we bring in. The goal is most of the programs we run are self-funding, and what we're trying to do is to make it easier for people to do it and expand more of the services. It's hard to say, is it more 30%, but I think it's a need that the town has. Like right now, now we're starting the next 2 months because we kind of set it up into 2 months kind of a season, and we have 3 days empty at the TCP gym in the winter. And we can't do anything because really Angela is tapped out. The other thing that is going to happen, hopefully, is the grant that we have plus the ARPA money. Marshall Park is going to start, and there will be a lot more bills, and there will also be grant requirements with that. So if you ask me, can she go full-time, I'll say yes, definitely, and if she's not full-time, it is likely that I'll continue doing some volunteering and tapping to other people in the commission to do more volunteer to help us stay on top of these things.
Okay.
So the slide you're on there, I'm mistaken, I guess the town manager did have this increase in her preliminary budget, as far as the rec director. The next slide after would be what a level services budget would look like. That would only include the increase really for the landscaping that we're anticipating. Our next slide here is just showing you.
Have you considered using the Department of Corrections and buying pizzas?
Depends on what we're talking. I'm not sure putting them around kids in a rec program would be wise, but
Lifeguards.
Yeah, some of them may not be allowed near children. I'm not quite sure why they're there.
Okay.
So this slide is just showing where we are in expending this year's budget. Very close overall numbers to where we landed last year, which is pretty common. We tend to try to be conservative through the winter just in case heating systems go down and we need that money available.
What happened to the teen center?
The teen center had quite a bit of deferred maintenance that hasn't been done. We had to rebuild the fire escape, or not rebuild, we had to reinforce it. There was also concerns brought up that the building was built with trusses, and the basement had open ceilings, and a fire in that building, 5 minutes the floor would collapse. Code-wise, we were covered, but in conjunction with the town manager and the teen center and the fire department, we thought it was a wise move to insulate that, just to add a little more time for anything, God forbid there ever was a true emergency in the building. So, that was quite a bit of extra money for just those things.
Was that building included in the Vertex report?
Don't think it was.
No? Okay. So we have no idea, we have no idea what that building's gonna need at this point?
We have stuff projected out into capital. It's gonna need windows and roof in the next 10 years or so. It needs new flooring on the second floor, but it's okay at the moment now that we've done these things.
Okay.
Chris, one quick question. When I was in there, it's been over a year now, my 50th class reunion weekend. We were in there, and I just remember this. the carpeting on the steps, is that carpeting gone or been replaced, or?
The steps going up to the second floor?
Yeah.
I believe it's still there.
With the tears and the loose carpet and all of that?
I don't remember seeing all the loose carpet. I would have to check. It's been a
Maybe-
little while since.
Maybe somebody's buttoned it down, but that thing was terrible when we were in there.
That building does get quite a bit of
Well, there's a lot of
use and abuse from, 2 o'clock till they leave, but.
I have 2 trashing it every day, so.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
So if we jump 2 slides here into the budget changes. This is just a quick summary. So the target reflects our current contracts. Like I mentioned, my 2 facilities employees are part of the DPW union, so that contract is up. And then myself and the rec director are SAP, so the budget reflects those. I already talked to the fact that we were separating out those lines just to make it easier to track.
Can I ask one more question on rec director? Do you think that if you did bring her to 28 or ultimately 36 or 40, I still don't know what full-time is.
20 is full-time.
That you would add responsibilities on her that would basically kind of regrade her function, or would the responsibilities be similar?
I think the responsibilities at the moment would be similar. As the Parks Commissioner mentioned, if Marshall Park does go, there'll be quite a few responsibilities on her end for the billing aspect of that and the grants. So that would certainly be an increase in responsibility there.
Okay.
And then I think all these lines I kind of already talked to, so I think if you don't have any questions, we can jump to the next slide. What I have highlighted is where there are changes. And as you can see, it shows all the budgets there. So rubbish removal, we just anticipated a slight increase there. The DPW actually handles that contract. There is some potential for, we have identified a couple of the building dumpsters in town that are too big. They never get filled. So we're hoping to shrink those if it's going to save us some money. It's actually this building and the Ritter are typically never full. The next line is the salaries, which...
They will be now.
What's that? I'll have to go put a lock on those.
They will be now.
I have to add about $10 to my budget for locks. The salaries line is what we talked about earlier, and then really just splitting out those budgets to make tracking it easier. Everything else is remaining level for the most part. Any questions on this one?
So, again, do you have a way of estimating the by building kind of costs?
We break it down each year of what we spend in each. I don't have it broken down here. I do have a slide further on just showing work order metrics of how often we're at each building. But we do have the graphs of what we spend where. If I could forward that to the committee if you wanted.
Yeah, I mean, I really do think that's something we need to take action, make decisions and take actions on Brooks, TC Passios. And I sent you an email beforehand, and, I understand that PAC is in there, but if PAC's the only thing left in that other wing, maybe we can move them, maybe we can find an area to lease for them, but it's time to make decisions on these buildings, because we have budget problems in certain areas, and yet we're kind of, throwing money away, if you will, in operating costs associated with buildings. So anything I think we can do to accelerate that. Again, I see no reason for Brooks House to be here a year from now. I would start moving towards getting rid of that one way or another. And then a real decision on perhaps removing the back half of, or back 2/3 or whatever it is, the wings of TC Passios, and restoring keeping the front for now for the gym and some others. But I really think we got to move on.
I couldn't agree more. There's, if the school were to leave, it would be PAC and the food bank. And the food bank, I've already talked to them this year. They're expanding because of the amount of help that families in town need. So I would want to make sure that we find a way to accommodate them because it's a critical service for the town. PAC, I think, if the school moved out, we could certainly move the space they're using into a section we were to keep. But I couldn't agree more that we need to come to a decision on that building and do something with it.
And have we even looked at other alternatives, like I think some of the buildings next door at some point were up for sale or lease, and are there places like we could actually just lease for PAC, or?
I'm sure they could. I mean, PAC is kind of their own entity, so they could. It's nice having them in a town facility because of how much they do for us. I think the building next door has been leased.
Okay.
I think there's a lot of options. I think we need to get everyone involved to the table and finally make a decision on it. And, you know, no matter what with TCP, the building is full of asbestos. And if we knock it down tomorrow, we have to pay to remove it. If we renovate, we have to pay to remove it. It's not getting any cheaper to do any of that work. So the longer we kick the can down the road, the more expensive it will be.
Yeah, and I think the town showed willingness to do that when they said primary school, knock it down. Even if we don't want to go forward with the park to be put there, the green space to be put there, they quickly rallied around, it's time to, to demolish it. So, yeah.
I mean, personally, I think it would be a great place for, I think keeping basically the line of the gym and the side on the library and the senior center, I think would be a great section to keep for town offices. It's one level. You don't run into as many ADA issues. You would still have to renovate the whole building, and at this point, any renovation is going to trigger code upgrades. Yep. But the building's been neglected for so long that it's held together with duct tape and string right now. And it's above my pay grade to make the decision, but I fully support it.
Yeah, and I don't know if you know, but I did oppose the request for the roof on the back half of it, just because I did think it would be throwing good money after bad, so. But, I don't know, that's just, again, it's not for us to decide or you to decide per se, although I think you would be consulted in any decision, and perhaps we might too, but that would definitely be a recommendation. Is the building design committee even meeting?
We're waiting for some numbers. I think, I haven't been invited to a meeting, so we haven't had any meetings recently. I think our last one was a presentation to the select board. That was back in December, I think. Yeah. But we're waiting for some preliminary numbers for the work. But, since then, we had the town manager mention that she doesn't recommend we do any borrowings for the next few years, which means you can't do those kinds of projects and maybe not even tear down TCP, because we have to borrow money to do, that would be a pretty large expense.
One thing I could recommend that we could do, if the school were to move out, we could move, the back half of the building is really file storage for the town. We could move that stuff, move everything to the front wing, and we could at least seal off the back part of the building and start the process of the abatement of the hazardous materials. At least that way it's moving somewhere, and once it's an empty space, maybe there's more support in town to do something with it.
I thought we already did asbestos abatement in that building.
I think the floors are all asbestos, right?
The floors are, the pipe insulation. It's mostly contained to the inside of the building. There's a little bit of sealant on the roof and some window caulking that is hot. But the bulk of it is flooring, pipe insulation. I don't have the report in front of me because it's a couple hundred pages.
What building did we do asbestos? There was like a 3-year plan to do asbestos rehabilitation.
We did it on the old primary school before we knocked it down.
Wow.
That was part of the process.
I remember they were talking about the leaking in the roof and TCP, and if the floors get wet, that makes the asbestos that much worse.
Yep. And part of our issue with tracking down leaks is the roof that's on there right now was put on in '86. Rubber roofs typically have a 20-year lifespan, so we're at 37 years right now. So it's long past its thing. When you walk on it, you can feel how brittle it is. and there's 2 layers. So if you get a leak over here, the actual leak in the roof could be 100 feet away through the first layer and then traveling. Some of the leaks, when we got 6 inches of rain and Leominster got flooded out, building was dry as a bone. 2 days later, it was leaking. So it makes it extraordinarily difficult to track down where the issues are and, you know.
So the capital project, how is that going to help?
At the time, we didn't think the school was going to move. So if that ends up being what they decide to do, I think we should reassess doing that portion. Or if the plan is to keep the front half, we take that money and we apply it to the roof on the front half, because it's just as bad.
Okay.
Would be my recommendation.
Is there air quality issues in that building?
Nothing documented, but it's an old building with an old HVAC system, and, you know,
That's what I'm hearing from the school committee.
it needs a lot of work. You know, anything built back then was lead paint, there's lead in the water, you know, we have all the water fountains shut off, so people don't drink it. The building needs an overhaul. And it needs a real overhaul, not a, you know, little pretty it up. It truly needs an overhaul at this point. And if we don't, again, we're just going to be pushing it down the road, and it'll be more expensive when we finally do it.
Your facility salaries from the FY24 budget to the requested budget, that's only a difference of $5,000, of $4,500.
It's a very small department.
This is separate facilities from the parks then, correct? These lines are separate?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
That makes me feel better.
Yep, right now it's myself and the one person under me. Parks is in.
Got it. Okay. And then what's the TC Passios expenses?
So part of that is, we never truly had a formal agreement between the school and the town when they turned it back over. And, you know, they were kind of doing custodial and day-to-day, but we're at a point now where systems are failing. And we need to have a real line item if we're going to keep the building operating to take care of that.
Okay.
We haven't hammered all those numbers out yet as to what lands where, but it's a big building, so it's a lot to run.
Chris, one or two quick things. One's a commentary, the other one's a question. These budget line items, they're all budgeted numbers. On the electricity, is that budgeted number close to the actual use?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
pretty close.
Yeah, so my real question is that, are you working on alternatives to offset this electric cost?
So the town manager in the facilities department right now is working on sorting out the solar credits we have. The rules with Unitil are, we're allowed to adjust where credits are used twice a year. So there are some buildings that we're paying for electricity on that have, and there are some that we have huge credits on. So we're working on adjusting those, which will hopefully lower that number.
Help level those numbers out. Okay.
It can be confusing. There's 4 solar companies involved, and one of them has changed their name about 5 times. So when you're looking at bills, just trying to remember who's who is a challenge.
Okay. The other one's a commentary. Nothing reflected on you or anything else. It just is curious that back when I was on the Passios redesign committee, the school committee insisted they absolutely could not move their programs out of Passios because they had no place to put them. And now all of a sudden they have room to put them all. That would have changed the whole configuration of the programming that we worked with 5 years ago. As I say, that's a commentary. I'll leave it at that.
My understanding is they're looking at Turkey Hill. I don't know much beyond that.
That's fine, but I'm done.
Do you have any projects for the Qualify for Green Communities related to the buildings?
We had the Green Communities last night. I think at the moment they are working with DPW on trying to get a grant for replacing the sewer pumps. And with the Green Communities, once you get a grant, you can't apply for another one until it's spent and closed out. So I've given them a list of future capital projects for them to explore and look at what's next after that one's closed out. But at the moment, I don't have anything current with Green Communities.
I'll have a report a little
Yeah.
bit later.
All right.
If there's no more questions on that one, I will jump to park changes. And as you can see, we've already discussed them. I just highlighted the differences, which was the salary for the rec director and the additional $5,000 in the purchase of service line.
Chris, what was the increased number if we go above the 28 hours, say to 30, did you have 36 calculated?
I did, if I can find my sheet. If we went to 36, it would be a $23,595 increase in salary cost.
So instead of 12,134, it would be 23,595. Thank you.
Got it.
I had my justifications in the back as well, so.
Thank you.
Sorry I didn't print enough copies for everyone.
Do we know if she'd be taking benefits?
I would think so, yes.
Okay.
The other key thing there, and I think we all understand it, is that that number is a family plan, a complete family plan, the most expensive one that's offered. And honestly, I will tell you, maybe for Angela's situation, it's going to be a great help for her. But in many cases, the nature of the plan available through the town, if people have other options, they have usually better options outside of the town's plan.
Any other questions on this slide?
Nope.
All right. The next one is the work order metrics. We can jump past the front screen there. These are on the left side of this is service calls by building for FY24, and on the right-hand side, it is overall what we've had for service calls since we have started tracking it. And I know most people don't think it, but two of our biggest problem buildings tend to be the library and the public safety building, which are both turning 20 years old this year. And there's a whole lot of building components that typically have a 20-year lifespan. And they're not built like the Ritter building, which it's a brick shit house for lack of a better term. So, but that just kind of shows you where we are and what we're fixing. Doesn't necessarily reflect any dollar values.
What kind of issues are you seeing with those two buildings, the library and the public safety?
Library is typically HVAC issues. We've had a couple small roof leaks, but it's mostly HVAC related. And the public safety, how much time do you got? We've had several electrical issues, lots of HVAC issues.
They just put a new HVAC system in there last year?
A new chiller went in.
Yeah.
Which we had the manufacturer out today working on bugs with that.
Isn't that all under warranty?
It is now out of warranty. Warranty expired at the end of December. The issues are more with the piping to it than the actual unit itself. So it's not like we're looking at a huge dollar value, but when the unit was replaced, they replaced the unit and didn't touch the rest of the system. And the rest of the system probably could have had a valve here or a fitting here replaced type of thing. So, and we have quite a few electrical issues at the public safety building as well. Not sure why, but over the summer it got struck by lightning several times, and that caused all kinds of havoc in the building. It's actually the only building in town right now that every light post at it has its own ground rod, just in case.
Is there an actual hole in the side of the public safety building as well?
It's closed up at the moment.
Okay.
But yes, the
Someone escape?
There's a hole in the side of the public safety building. It's on the fire side.
One of the large windstorms we had, the garage doors open and close when they go on a call. The sensor was tripped by rain, the door didn't close. Large gust of wind came in and took about 50 feet of the side of the wall off the exterior of the building. We discovered after the fact that it was a poor installation, but not exactly going after a contractor that installed it 20 years ago. So insurance has looked at it. The panels have been ordered. We're about 10 weeks away from having new panels.
And that'll fully fix it? Does that fix the installation issue as well?
Yes, yeah. The insurance agreed to pay for the entire wall, partially because you would never match 20-year-old panels. So they'll fix the installation, and the contractor we're using is a very good contractor. So I have used them in the past and have faith that it'll be done right now. The next slide, a couple of project updates. I guess this is the fun part of the meeting. These are pictures of the senior center outdoor pavilion and patio. You can see the improvements there. We have a couple small things to touch up in the when the weather breaks, mainly finishing the shuffleboard court. You can't paint that in the fall when you have leaves falling on it all day. You have to have someone out there with a net.
Are there lights on that pavilion?
There are not yet. There was a engineering issue and the conduits didn't make it all the way to where they needed to.
Oh.
The generator project that is starting shortly, we're just waiting for the generator to be available, includes extending those conduits, and we're actually meeting over the senior center tomorrow morning to discuss lighting and the potential. We ran spare conduits, so we actually can put Wi-Fi out there if we want to. And
okay, excellent.
The next slide here is just kind of an update on where we are with the Ritter building. We've completed the drawings and got APDC approval for some exterior improvements, new windows, and the ADA ramp. Waiting for the architect to get construction estimates for us updated from the changes we've made.
Chris, do you think you're going to make it in with the budgeted money?
No.
Okay.
I do not. We got
I kind of thought what the answer was, but I thought I'd ask.
The only part of the estimate we have right now, the windows themselves, not counting installation, is $108,000, just for the windows.
Did you get that, I remember there was an issue with the windows in the district, architectural or historical district. Did you get that solved?
Yeah, there was some question about whether the windows were original. At this point, we think the only windows that might be original are the circle windows at the top. The rest of the building are not original windows. So in my opinion, I don't know why we would try to save them. But we got through it. They had questioned the color, but it was also, the building wasn't originally painted white. And the thought was that the black windows would really pop and look nice, and it's right in the center of town where everyone can see it, so.
That was like the year we painted this building brown. It was a
Off-white.
off-white. It was brown. I'm sorry. Navajo white, maybe.
So the next.
Where's the handicap ramp going?
The handicap ramp will be where the front parking area is. They'll be reconfiguring that wall a little bit, and the handicap ramp will be out there. Currently, the handicap ramp comes in from the back parking lot, and truth be told, it doesn't really meet code. It functions for the moment, but it's not the way it should be. Next slide is just talking about Marshall Park. In conjunction with the Parks Commission, we have completed the schematic design, and we're working on next steps as far as finalizing details for the design and getting an OPM on board to get the project going. The next one is Town Hall exterior work. All of our bids for this project came in well in excess of what we thought. So we're going to pivot and start with replacing the roof and repairing the chimneys first. And that's just about ready to go out to bid. Our thought process is, start with the roof. If it's not leaking, we can do everything else.
Can you fix this clicking?
Not right now.
That's just a wait. It's off balance. Just clean the fan, maybe.
Chris, is that chimney, are you talking about the brick chimney over here?
The 2 brick chimneys coming
Yeah.
off, yeah.
Are they in use?
They're not.
And they're coming out, or they're being repaired?
APDC felt very strongly they're being repaired, and that's what our current approval is, to keep them.
There was a grant at some point to, is that money still banked somewhere?
I-
'Cause there was a historic grant to repair those chimneys.
I'm not sure off the top of my head, I'll have to
It
look
was
into
a
that.
lot of years ago, but
I would love to find some more money for it, for sure. The next slide we have here is working with the town manager, well, mostly the town manager and the EPA. We've been cleaning up the gas station that the town has taken through the tax rolls. The tanks have been removed, the pumps have been gone. We actually met out there this morning with one of our contractors and some of the people from Mass Development to come up with a plan for what we do with the property.
Public access.
It's being sold, isn't it?
Bonfire.
It needs a lot of work before anything goes in there.
That's going to be put up for sale, isn't it?
What's that?
Is it going to be put up for sale?
I'm not entirely sure, but that's kind of the plan, is to sell it. Our next
Where's the town?
is the public safety carpet replacement. This project we started last week. At this point, we're almost complete. They ran short of a little bit of carpet, so they'll be back next week to finish. But the price came in low enough that we were able to, originally this was for the first floor only, we were able to do the second floor as well within our capital budget. So that should be done next week. It went as smooth as humanly possible, considering everyone had to move out of their office for new carpet.
Was that a capital item for this upcoming year?
No, that was one that was already, when I came on board.
The second floor, I meant.
The second floor I had on the list, and I've since adjusted my list since we were able to get it done. The second floor certainly needs VCT flooring in the hallways, so that will probably pop up on capital soon, but
Go to the next slide.
Oh.
FY21, FY22 capital for the carpets.
Yeah, no, I was thinking about the second floor.
yeah, we weren't sure the
Sorry,
numbers were gonna come in where they
wasn't
did. And the lowest number contractor has been phenomenal, so. This slide just kind of gives you a quick update of where we are on our open capital projects. The senior center kitchen, we're working with the kids from Monty Tech to get those installed. We're in a bit of a pickle. They have cabinet installers that could be available, but not for the rest of the work. And when I only had one guy, it was difficult to have someone tearing apart the kitchen, then get a call. So hopefully, once we get our new staff on, we can move that forward. The public safety carport reconfiguration, that project has been eliminated. We bid it out several times, and the numbers weren't even close, like 4 times our budget. And that was actually a request from the prior chief. So that one has been scrapped, and the funds were reallocated to 25 capital. The public safety engineering design for the drainage, we're still working our way through that. There was humidity issues in the training room that we thought was drainage issues. I think it's more related to HVAC. So we're working through sorting that out. The senior center HVAC upgrades is replacing the AC condensers out back. That one is ready to go out to bid. Senior center Vertex items was some roofing issues over there that is ready to bid. The Brooks House items were foundation things that are kind of on hold until I don't want to repair a foundation of a building that we might knock down. The senior center generator, the contract is signed, and we're expecting a May delivery of the generator. The senior center patio is complete. The TCP sidewalk repair, the moment the plan was to combine this with some of the DPW sidewalk projects in an effort to save money. If there is any update on TCP plan, we may adjust. And then the permitting for hydro raking at Whalum in the town beach, we're currently working on some permitting challenges right now. And And that covers it for our open ones.
Permitting through whom? State or local?
State.
Okay.
Yeah, anytime you want to put an excavator in the water, they have questions.
Right.
Chris, I know the Parks Commission is looking at another avenue for Marshall Pond. I know they're in the very early stages of looking at that. Will that circumvent the need for the original work that was planned to do at the pond?
It's kind of an addition to. They're working on getting a grant to assist with some funding.
Right.
So once, it's still too early on to tell what we'll be able to do.
That's fine, thank you.
If you guys want to go through it, it's the same as last year, but the goals are the same. You know, it's, you know, continue to create and implement the comprehensive maintenance programs for all these buildings. You know, even learning the systems was tough. We didn't have great record retention over the years of what was done and plans and all that type of stuff. We are working to better utilize our building management software as far as work orders and scheduling. We're actually, the contract on our current software is up in May, and we will not renew it because it's pretty awful. The software we're planning to use will fall in line with what the school side is using as well, just to get some continuity in the town. We're starting to catch up on some of the capital projects, which is nice. I'd love to get them off the list, so when the new ones come in, we can get those done. And we're just always looking to prepare for the future needs of the town.
How far behind on the Vertex are we right now?
That's a complicated question. Some of the Vertex items are not necessarily needed. Some of them are. So it's sorting through that. Even going through the capital process, it was quite a task to find out what was presented over the years and how it was described and what the scope of the project was, and kind of going from there of what we still need.
Chris, as you move forward, do you perceive that you're going to have a building needs evaluation, a new one done, looking at the Vertex ones that, like you say, aren't really needed, but create a new building needs list and stop talking about Vertex unless it's moved up? Does that make sense?
I mean, I've been doing that because it's kind of my specialty. You can walk around the buildings and make a list of the problems. So that's something I track on my end of. Every time I walk through a building, you see something new, like the fan's ticking. You gotta add it to the list. You know, it's some of the stuff you don't need to pay a Vertex report to understand that it's end of life. And you know, the other thing is, as things come close to end of life, if we plan the project and do it on our own, we're gonna save some money. If a boiler goes out and the heat's out, now we're in trouble.
Right.
And whichever contractor you can get to do it, charge you whatever they want. So that's kind of how we're looking at things. And last one is just thank you.
Thank you. I'll open up to the committee. Do we have any other questions or comments or?
I think I made all mine through the presentation.
I pretty much feel the same way. I would advocate for the rec director to get as many hours as we can into that position. As you stated in your presentation, I was involved. Actually, it was that position was originally proposed a year or two before I got on to the Parks Commission. But shortly afterwards, I did get on there, and as you said, you know, the first few years we ran into some issues, and now that we have proved for the past year that we can get the programming under control and it can work and the way it needs to, and start to grow it like we have planned for the last 3 to 5 years, I hope we can just keep moving forward. And that one position, actually, the original proposal was for a full-time position right up front. And like you said, it definitely would have been a waste of money for the first 3 years. But now, where it is and it's in place and it's working, then my support is as many hours as we can add to that at this point.
Well, we appreciate that.
And, you know, if we don't make it to full-time this year, within the next 2 years, preferably next year, it goes to that.
I'm just hoping to do something as soon as we can, because I would hate to lose our current rec director to a full-time gig somewhere else, and, basically be starting over.
So do you have a differential, a sum differential of requested versus preliminary?
I do not have that right now, but I can easily add a column to my spreadsheet.
I mean, is it as simple as just adding your facilities one difference in your parks difference?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the difference between 28 hours and 36 hours, which we have, is about double?
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Russell, any questions or comments?
I do have a question. At the Board of Selectmen meeting, they said Marshall Park was coming in at a much higher cost than $5 million. Is that true?
I believe so, but I'm going to defer to the Parks Chair because she's here.
So at different phases of project development, you get different estimates with different variations and different, guesses of what the final project is. We finished the schematic design phase and we requested updated, and it came in at a higher price. But just so you have an idea how variable some of these things are, the boardwalk alone, we asked for 3 different prices. It goes from $600,000 to $1.5 million. So the scope of the project has not changed. There is going to be needed a lot more earthwork done on the project. Marshall Park has about 6 inches of dirt throughout the entire park, so anything we do, we need to put more soil in. The only real change of scope of work is that we added a possibility of a bathroom behind the baseball fields, which we can use the septic tank that was there. So that is the current estimate, but it is not the final estimate. And where we are with this was the Parks Commission received that updated estimate, and the Parks Commission then decided to, as a vote and as a commission, to continue with the project. The next phase of that was we need to ask town manager if the town can afford. We have reached out to town manager and said, is this feasible? How is it feasible? And because she's been busy with the budget that she's working on, she said we're going to be touching base on this after budget work is done, because there is a lot of work and this is not going to be for this current town meeting, which made sense. So the question is, can we afford this? How can we afford it? Is it through phasing? Is it through eliminating a portion of the project or not? So there's a lot of questions that are not answered, and the final design is not there. We are hoping the OPM that we hire now is on needed basis. So we need an OPM for the phase that we have the money for and that we have the grant for, which is we have a total of 1.5 million. So we're going to hire an OPM that says that the project can go from 1.5 all the way to 8.5, and that person would stay on throughout the entire project if the phases go on. So that's the OPM. Now, when we go to the next phase with the OPM, we will need to have some answers from, can we afford? What can we afford? And that's when you start designing. If we're not developing this phase, well, then we don't need to design that phase going to the final, permitting and construction documents and all of that. I've learned a lot about public works, a lot more than I ever wanted to learn, but if anybody ever wants to build a new building, I think I can get us started with that. So that's where we are with it.
So seeing as you're here, and this was going to be part of my committee report, can you talk about the grants that are awarded and ongoing?
Yes, there is a lot of grants out there. So we have received a $500,000 grant. I don't want to say I feel pretty good about it, but we have applied for another $1 million grant. We have also applied for a $300,000 grant. That's a trails grant. We have the dog park is going to be, our goal is to get that fully funded that's a private grant. And then we have the ADA grant that is due in June. And on top of that, we were alerted that the state put out a grant for dredging, and we lumped both because we had already started the work of the permit for Whalum and Marshall. we actually lumped all that together, and that's a grant that the state's saying they give us everything. So we worked on creating a really good narrative for it. And for the first time, it wasn't Karen Menard handling that grant. It was another one of our commissioners, Anita Shipers, who is, by chance, a former town manager. So we tapped onto her skills. So we submitted for another grant of, hopefully, if they fund us, they will be funding everything, like all the treatment for Wayland and all the treatment of Marshall. And our matching, we actually were a little bit persnickety on that, was that we used the capital grant money that was from a year ago, was just for both locations, and that's going to be our contribution for it. Any other questions on that?
So I understand where you're at now, and so there's a potential that you can reconfigure the project, or, like you said, the forest trail, and I understand that totally. There may be a chance to bring that down from the 1.2 to a different configuration and save possibly $500,000 right there in one part of the project.
Yeah, and it all depends, right? And I'm exploring different things. The goal, 2 years ago, we went to town meeting asking for $200,000 to bring grants, and that's what we're doing. So when town meeting goes to make the decision, they'll know that there were, 5 people currently and more people before that have put in the work to get these things done, so.
And is there any small grant that might be available to fund the improvements on Highland Street at the end of the pond? Have you come across anything that might fund that? That was $80,000, wasn't it, for that piece?
I haven't, so the way they broke down the new phasing, it's not like they did in the first.
Okay.
So I don't have that number on top of my head, because things were done like earthwork for this, that, pavilion here. So I don't have the paper in front of me. So this is a lot of work in terms of small grants, because someone asked me to, aren't you looking for, funding, like selling a bench or something? We're focusing on the big things. Once we get that done, like we're going after all the big grants. Once we get that, we can go and start focusing on the smaller ones. And I actually have an idea about, requesting capital support from private organizations. But, we would need, there's different scenarios I have worked. My husband's a nonprofit, and I've talked with a couple nonprofits that have done capital funding from private sectors, and they have different schemes to do it. And I think there's a possibility that we can also go for that money. But that would be such a small piece. It could be a big piece, but the likelihood is nothing going to be like $500,000, So we got to really, it's very easy to think about everything you got to do, so sometimes you got to be strategic about going after the big items and then trickle them to the smaller.
Right.
If you come across anything small, we'll put it on the list.
I push everything I can towards you, and a lot of it turns out to not be appropriate, but at least throw it at you, so a couple sets of eyes looks at it.
And by the way, the USDA loans were not an option.
Yeah, no, I know that. I looked into that more too. It would have been loans. It wouldn't have been
grants and parts.
And because of our position in applicability for our town because of many different reasons, you're right.
Actually, recreation projects are excluded, like point blank excluded from their requirements.
See, the guy I spoke to never said that.
Yeah.
Yep, I wouldn't have wasted any more time on it. The only other thing just to keep in mind is that if there is indeed a project in the works to do the sidewalk system from the end of Main Street to Marshall Park, it might be advantageous if there is a chance to find the money for that small pocket park, that it be done in conjunction with that, because that's all going to be redone and reconfigured at that time.
Yeah, I mean, I think we, part of the ARPA money, the select board gave $120,000 to the PW to build that section of a sidewalk, so yeah, definitely. All right. I mean, until we know the numbers, and, town manager is not in a place right now for us to be, this is not going to happen this town meeting because we don't have any information. So when we have that, it's when we go ask. And in terms of timeline, when we have things, we bring it up. It's just, right now, there's too many ifs to talk with anyone about it.
Yeah. There is a lot of scuttlebutt out there, though, and I think you guys probably expected it, I know I did, that when you got the article into the Ledger, you know, a lot of people, all they do is, all they see is the number that they...
Which is fine, you know.
Yeah.
And, you know, we have had a meeting, you were there, you had it.
Yeah,
it's
no,
just-
no, I know, you're not
it's
trying to
just-
hide it, it's just
yeah.
shocks. It's a
Yeah.
little bit of shock.
Oh, believe me, yeah. There were several texts of late at night between a few commissioners, but, you know, at the end of the day, it needs to be a town decision, and it needs to be a financial decision. So we got to go through the process as you would with everything else. So that's what we're doing.
And you gotta put down your phone at a certain time at night.
I just can't.
We have a basket at home. The phones have to go in I don't listen to it.
Right.
For that as well.
Okay.
Ms. Russell, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
One just popped up, so, oh, sorry. I know Parks was here. Is there anything Conservation Commission-wise that you align on?
So we don't have anything to do with Conservation's budget. We assist where we can. You know, the Hollis Roadhouse, we do quite a bit of helping them up there. And it's kind of just an unofficial, if there's building questions, you know, they come to me, and, you know, I'm of the mentality that it's all one town. It doesn't matter if it's school, DPW facilities, we all just try to work together as best we can, and so whenever they ask, we help.
Okay. So there was no specific asks that were not met by this budget?
No, the only thing we're working on is pricing out for potentially replacing the kitchen on the house on Hollis Road. But again, I don't have any control. I don't even see their budget, so.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have anything?
Just, I don't know, I guess I just encourage you to see what you get for funding from green communities to help with, you know, appliances, heating, insulation, anything.
Yeah, we actually started the process today of walking through all the town buildings with Unitil's energy auditors to see what's available with them as well. We're always looking to take all the free money we can get, so.
Good. So as I calculate, your difference at 36 hours is 35,300 over the town manager's preliminary budget.
I think so. I'll take your word for it, because
I checked it twice, but it is 10:30 at night, so.
that was going to be my comment. It's been a long day.
It has.
So.
All right. Thank you very much, and thank you for.
Thank you, Chris.
Before public comment, is there any public comment from the public?
Carol Ashambo, Chair of the School Committee, and I just wanted to clear up a little bit about the school department and TC Passios. Because of the possible need to really slash our budget, we're looking for ways to cut funds. Moving out of the TC Passios would be one possibility, in a way to do that with the deterioration of the building, and also with the need from the Municipal Building Committee to tell us that we're eventually going to have to move. By having to eliminate programs at the Turkey Hill building, there would most likely be room for the ACE program and most of the offices at Turkey Hill. However, because of the condition of Turkey Hill, there's probably, or we don't know yet, enough electricity to run the computers necessary for the office with the 2 plugs in every classroom kind of deal. So, so we are just exploring that. That's nothing definite yet, but that's what we're looking at, and that would be why.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're from the public.
Anna Lockwood, 91 Main Street, that's myself. So, you know, I know this committee, Finance Committee, you guys have talked about maybe, you know, looking into ways of consolidating different departments, specifically the Facilities Department. And this is, my comment is not a reflection of any one of the Facilities Director that we have. But, I look at towns like in Westford, which has almost double the size of our budget, and they have one facilities department. Because it's just more efficient. And even when I think about organizational, when I think of Chris's, team, it's him and 2 other guys. And then I know also the school is a small team. It's just, one, you don't have a lot of redundancy, you don't have succession plan, nothing. Everything you buy, you gotta buy double. Ground support, everything. It just, it boggles my mind from from the time I was the COO of our corporation to think that there's 2 small teams. It's like as if you're telling me that every department have their own HR person. It's just like, that just, so, in the beginning, there will likely be some pains for merging, but I think it's a pain that's worth happening because as much as we're gonna grow, we're not gonna be double than what Westford is. Westford now has 24,000 people and their budget's actually more than double than ours. I think it's 120 million, and they're going through an override as well. But they have one facilities department, and just the machineries that you can think of, like, I keep bugging Chris that he should have his own grounds team because, it's difficult to have run parks without facilities, without a grounds team, because it rains, now they get delayed on the contractors get delayed on their other job, now they get delayed here. Now, the baseball can't play, and it just becomes this crazy thing. While if we have a large team and we have double machines, we can double down where we need to. Like the parks don't need the fields until after school. So maybe they're doing the schools at different time. Like there's so much efficiency, even beyond just saving money, that we can accomplish by having a larger, more meaningful facilities group in town. And it's not a reflection of the staff of either of the groups. It's really just the lack of efficiency that we have having 2 small team. And I think the closest knowledge is, if you were to think about every department in the large companies that you guys work, had their own HR person for their own group. It just doesn't make sense. So please keep exploring that. I only see benefits. Same thing I see with the DPW and snow removal. Like Chris Person helps DPW when it snows, hence he was plowing in the sidewalk. But
apparently not correctly, though.
Right. But, I can also see that with the schools. Like, I used to live in Somerville. There, when there's snow ban that you can't park, well, everyone gets told to park on the schools. And then, when that snow ban removes from the city, then people remove, and then the city goes and removes the snow from the schools. So, like, if it's not safe enough for people to be driving because the DPW is still working on the roads, it's not safe for the school bus to get in school. There's so much, like, it's not necessarily how we do it, but we can build if we work together, if we can get in a room and say, we got to figure this out. It just doesn't make sense. And that's it. And don't leave the room until you find a solution. It's how you're going to get through. In the beginning, it will be a little harder, but it can be done. It will be better for the town. So that's my public comment about facilities and DPW.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other public comment from the public this evening on the facilities presentation? Seeing none, I think you're all set.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris.
All right, that moves us on to old business, and I am happy to skip over the revenue and expenditures recap discussion. Anybody want to discuss it?
No.
Good. So that brings us up to the FY25 budget update and discussion. So I split it out into a few things now, just so we have a little more specificity. If there was any discussion that people wanted to bring up for previous presentations, anything new that's been found out, any different changes or anything. I have not heard anything from any of the department heads of anything changing. But if there was anything that anyone wanted to discuss before we move on to the upcoming ones, now's a good time. Okay. As far as upcoming presentations, we will have the fire department and the public schools here next week. Last night, the public schools, the school committee, you might as well come up now. Voted to, and stop me anytime I'm wrong, they voted to recommend an override number to the town for the select board to put forward. And that number was $715,000 and reflected a level service budget minus ESSER positions. After the meeting ended, it was discovered that there was a hidden cell in the spreadsheet that was used that included the dollar amount of ESSER funds, and it was removed. So let me back up just a little bit. The superintendent's team went through when the school committee said they wanted to look at the ESSER budget, the level service minus ESSER, and actually identified the positions, the numbers, how it would affect the salary reserve line, how it would affect the healthcare line, and got specific numbers rather than just take the chunk of money that was ESSER and remove it from the bottom. However, that number, the chunk that was ESSER, was still stuck in the budget at the bottom and hidden as a hidden cell. So it was removed twice. So the $715,000, just under, was incorrect by roughly 600 and change.
Correct.
So,
600,000?
What's that?
600,000?
Correct. Correct. So the school department, the superintendent went through, I don't even know how many times she went through it. I'm sure it was probably a dozen times to make sure. Sent out just recently an updated form that has, and I will absolutely pass this around, the town manager's budget at 2.94%, a needs or recommended budget at 5.4%, and the ESSER cuts level service minus the ESSER cuts at 8.59%. The new number, which the school committee, I'm assuming, will be having a special meeting?
We have to talk about it, yes. We have a special meeting scheduled for Monday, Monday evening via Zoom. And we will discuss, you know, what that's going to turn into. Also comes into play the $230,000, 230, yeah, I'm having trouble at this hour after 3 nights of doing this. This is a little tricky. That the town manager said that we would be available to us, and then the next morning said maybe not so much. So how much of that $230,000 would actually come to us depends on new growth recertification as well as an article moving forward from the assessors. That could play into that. So obviously, any money that the town manager were to find for us would come off any override amount. The initial attempt was that we have all along, since day one, said, we know there are ESSER cuts, and we will plan to take those positions out, and we have. And we will get into those budgets in great detail when we come before you. But which of those budgets do you want us to prep? And at which night? If we're coming on the 14th and on the 21st, our recommended budget won't be voted till the 20th. We have the budget for the town manager's preliminary budget, which when Mr. Menard had suggested I meet with the town manager to negotiate and see if we could have extra funds, she had told us no, and then the next night we heard that we might have a lot of extra money than you know, caution, as it should be. It has to be certified and we need to know. Certainly no reflection on the town manager, but we have, now I lost my train of thought, so I'll start again. So we have what the town manager initially said in her preliminary budget. We have the budget that the superintendent feels would be the bare minimum or needs-based budget that we can get by on. And then we have the ESSER minus, the needs, level service minus ESSER budget. Those are all on the spreadsheet that Evan has, as well as somebody, I think Mr. Alonso, had asked us for the budgets for FY '22, '23, and '24. So I think that's also on
here as well.
there.
Yep.
So there have been several reiterations, which are confusing to everybody. It's confusing to us too, but different people have asked you to do different things. And so that's why you have so many different versions. So I don't know if that answered any of your questions, but I still have the question of, what are we talking about here next week?
I like the way this previous presentation was put together, where it was obvious what the town manager's budget was, what the prior budgets or actuals were, and then what he was requesting. So I think that would say, this is what, that would be the obvious way for me to kind of think through the problem.
We will not have voted on what we think is our appropriate budget until March 20th. Because we spent our meeting time on the override, because that had to get in first. And we had been told to prepare for you the town manager's budget. So we knew we had that. So we had an extra week to deal with what we were going to recommend. So I can't bring you something that we have approved. We can talk about the difference between what the superintendent is recommending at 5.4%. We can certainly do that. We don't know about this $200,000, if that will show up or not.
The town, Ms. Lemieux.
Oh, maybe
She has a
we
hand
know
up.
now.
No, I want to clarify something said though. When we met on Monday, the school committee chair and superintendent and I, at the request of the finance committee member, that we negotiate, and I said there is no additional funding at this time. The only thing I thought that could change was when new growth got certified, but at that time I did not expect it to be the total that it came in at. I said it could be $50,000 more based on what we had known as an estimate in the fall when we did the pro forma recap. And it was my pleasant surprise that it came in much higher. And that was due to new properties being picked up during the evaluation process. So, and what I did say was committed that any additional funding through that would be committed to the schools, although I'm waiting on a final figure in the Monty Tech budget, which was voted last night. That's what I did say. The only additional thing that came in after that changed that was the Board of Assessors have, I was informed the next day that they were submitting an article to change the exemption age for low-income seniors, which I got an email today that the total impact would not exceed $5,000. So that would only increase the overlay by $5,000, and that has to come from tax revenue source, not free.
So,
Mr. Chair, could I ask a question on that?
by all means.
Why does the overlay account have to increase by that amount when they've already got more than they need in there and they're planning on adding 120,000 to that account?
That amount is determined by a calculation that the Board of Local Assessment requires, and they won't approve an amount that if we put in for less than what is needed for the overall years and outstanding taxes that haven't gone to tax title and exemptions for that future year. So that amount is based on that.
Still doesn't make any sense to me because listening to the whole meeting the other night, when they made that decision on the 120,000. They had over $500,000 still left in the overlay account. They expected to probably pay out some of that in the near future. They were a little concerned about the new tax bills coming out for the next fiscal year when the revaluation is complete town-wide. But there was one member on the Board of Assessors that tried to get them to vote to not add any additional money for 2025 because she felt there was enough money already there. That's why it bothers me that this small amount of $5,000, which they're looking to allow seniors, they're dropping from age 65 to 60 on the eligibility. It's only $5,000. Again, in my feelings, that can be absorbed in the money that's already in there. If I get the same answer, I'll call Boston and I'll see what I get for an answer from Boston. Thank you.
So, I think when we laid out the schedule for public schools coming next week, we didn't know everything that's gone on over the last...
For sure.
Why not?
Who would have thunk?
I wonder if it just makes sense to not even have them present on the 14th.
As I was sitting here, my thought process was that we shouldn't even look at anything until they voted on a proposed budget, whatever it is.
I mean, we do have they did vote on the preliminary budget.
We did.
They voted no.
Not to support it. Right, right.
So we have about a budget
So we
that's been
have
voted
that.
on.
The override number would have to go into the select board before the 21st.
Right.
If you wanted to hear that, we could provide that on the 13th.
But that's,
But
I mean,
that's
we have the
another
number
issue.
now,
Yeah.
effectively. I mean, it's not obviously voted on, but it's $1,298,976, which
But we don't know what they're gonna vote.
But we
on
haven't
Monday.
voted on that number
Correct.
yet.
I would be willing to bet they would increase it by $1,024.
Make it an even number. Maybe we'll take it down to make it an even
There
number.
you go.
You don't know. I don't know. I can't predict.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's been pulling a lot of long nights, because most of us have been watching probably select board, school committee, and then attending this, with you doing the other.
And I have to say, I've seen Evan more than I've seen anybody else I know over the last 3 days.
And
And
Renee.
neighbors.
And Renee. Yes.
I don't know, I'd almost recommend we not even have them come on the 14th, because I think the most it could do is confuse us and the public and anyone else, and,
We're okay with that. Then,
that's just my opinion, though, I'm not the
if
board.
that is where this body decides they want us to do, then that would mean that you would want us to come on the 21st with our approved budget and the differences that it is between the town manager's preliminary budget and our approved budget. Is that what I'm hearing?
I would ask that, yeah.
And,
We'll
yeah.
do whatever you want us to do.
So if the school committee approves the blue budget, which is level service minus ESSER,
As the override.
as the override and as the approved
Well,
budget,
could
or
be.
whatever it
I
ends,
mean, I
whatever
don't
they,
know.
if you approve blue on the 20th, then just delete the pink one and show us the difference between yellow and blue. If you approve the pink one, delete the blue one and show us the difference between those two. If you were, whatever it is, just
So
just the
those
side by
numbers,
side.
as presented, as long as we get rid of the extra one,
Yes,
it would be sufficient. And-
I believe so.
And I believe in that spreadsheet at the bottom
There's the,
delineates how many positions that is.
correct, and exactly what they are.
Okay.
Well, not exactly what, but
Well, pretty close
Yes.
to exactly what they are.
The other thing I would ask is that if we can get a copy of this
Oh, for sure.
in Excel.
See, she doesn't, it's all in Google Sheets.
Oh, I don't care, in a spreadsheet,
Oh, Google Sheets
Yeah, we'll
is
take Google
okay.
Sheets too.
yeah.
Okay.
You can do it CSV if you want.
I don't even know what that is. If somebody gave me a spreadsheet and they're talking about hidden cells, you might as well be talking about Greek to
Lotus
me.
1, 2, 3?
That's,
I just want to, I
I
can
was the
quickly.
first grade teacher, not the,
Yeah, it, just for me, I can quickly run some calculations, kind of analyze it and get through it. If it's in PDF, it's just very difficult.
We like to make pivot tables and pivot charts and all sorts of fun stuff to do data analysis with them, which is all done in a spreadsheet form.
I can't play an instrument,
well, there you
and I
go,
took
you
fifth
see?
grade band.
I bet you can. Usually mathematical people
Well,
can.
you never know, you never know. Okay, so I will see what I can do about that.
Let me make,
Well,
that's two people.
Yeah,
Yeah, that makes
How
sense.
does everyone
to
else
me.
feel?
Yeah, that makes sense. We still have the fire department, and it's still the public hearing?
Well, yeah, that's going to be the next conversation to have.
Right.
We'll get to that one as well. And we did just drop sewer off of the 21st, so that's going to give us a little bit extra time. They're moved to the 20th now for sure. So that frees up the 20th, what did I say? Yeah, the 20th.
21st. The
21st.
20th
We
is
have
when
both.
we're meeting.
Yes, we're meeting on the 20th as
Oh, you're
well.
meeting the 20th as well?
Yes.
Oh, my goodness.
Do we have that in the
Where does it
original
say that?
schedule? I didn't have that in my head.
Oh,
Yeah, it's on, it's in the agenda.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Bonnie
on
Tech,
on there
admin,
from the start.
sewer.
Okay.
Updating too many things.
Well, we'll
Yep.
be across town. All right.
Could have a joint meeting.
Yeah, I have no problem. I mean, I was thinking right from the beginning when this conversation started that it makes no sense. We, you know, and we've always wanted to do it that way. We wanted to deal with, especially towards the end, the only thing we really should be looking at is something that's been voted on so that it doesn't suddenly change 24 hours later.
And that is what we wanted initially.
Right.
But it didn't fit into your schedule. So there you go. See, we did all of this to maneuver that
All
night.
those emails for nothing.
I am going to need a question answered, and I don't need it tonight. And I'd prefer not to have it tonight, to tell you the
I
truth, unless
probably
there's a simple
prefer-
way to answer it.
Unless it's easy. I probably
Right.
couldn't do it tonight.
Right. Okay, so before you discovered the error, the need was $715,000,
Correct.
okay? When you discovered the error,
Right?
it jumps it by roughly $630,000 to the 1.3 and some numbers. Okay,
Correct.
now that brings us back to more than the original deficit
I
that
agree.
that you were telling us about in December, January, February. So this is a needs budget minus ESSER
This
rather than...
budget is level serviced. The only difference is, I believe, that, and don't take me...
No, that's fine, and that's why I said don't try to answer
I
it.
believe the difference is that because it is level serviced, what do we need as far as, what's the word? Expenses for departments to, the stuff, the paper,
So what it boils
prescriptions,
down to is the ESSER...
expenditures.
Yeah, so what
Sorry,
it boils
sorry.
down to is that if it goes through at 1.3 or whatever that ends up being,
Right.
in effect, we're going to be funding all of those positions that were funded with ESSER funds
No.
with an override.
No, those 9 positions are cut out. There are 9 less positions,
Those are the cuts on the level service minus ESSER.
but
Okay,
the
what-
expense lines, that's what I
Yeah.
couldn't find. The expense lines may have jumped up a little bit, but I will, when we come to meet with you, and I will ask Dr. Burnham if she can explain that to you, and send you a message.
Okay, and like I said,
I-
I didn't really want you to try to explain it
No.
tonight because it's too complicated, and I haven't seen the spreadsheet to
Right.
do my own analysis, so
But-
we're good for right now.
Clearly, we did cut those positions. We said we would, and we did.
And I have been in communication with Dr. Burnham about having some of her department heads available on the 21st as well to answer questions. We won't have everybody. Her IT department won't be able to be here.
Right, IT can't.
And there was one other one for sure that couldn't be here, but so she asked if we could send questions ahead of time for those. Now that we have theoretically the budgets that will be looked at on the 20th. And then the rest of the departments will be available for questions, so we could get into more detail. Like the school committee got into a bunch of detail with the facilities director
Right,
yesterday.
right, and there is a great deal of maintenance built in to this budget.
Yes, I have those as well to just, so for anybody that watched the meeting yesterday, the school committee, there were 3 documents.
There are 3 documents dealing with maintenance, one on capital projects, where we are at with the capital projects that were okayed from last year's capital plan, where those projects are. And then there was a spreadsheet talking specifically about heat and how all the buildings are in need of work on heat. And then there was another one with different things like the elevator problem at the middle high school. And I'm just making sure Kate isn't telling me I'm talking wrong. At the middle high school and
The lift, the athletics field lift.
the lift at the athletic field, and I don't know, there's a laundry list of things that need fixing.
Oh, the heat, the things on the roof.
The things on the roof, that's part of at the middle high school. He is extremely thorough. And this is, as I said to him last night, it's not his first rodeo, and we're quite pleased with the analysis he's been able to provide. And any of these budgets do provide, oh, Kate is telling me I'm spot on, so there we go. Any of these budgets do provide maintenance. That has been a problem, so, just so you know. Okay?
I don't want to get too far into discussion on the school department budget, though.
Yeah.
I do have one question. The circuit breaker,
Yes.
was that taped with audio and available? I know there was problems that night.
I believe yeah, that was another adventure that we had this budget season. I haven't checked it to see, but it should be on the YouTube, on PAC, because the problem was with our Zoom situation. So if you were watching over Zoom, you lost audio because of the circumstance. But PAC was filming with their own equipment.
Okay.
So
I haven't seen it posted yet.
the meeting was recorded by PAC.
Is it
So-
partial? Well, you've got to remember, they've got to.
They had to scrub a
They have
lot.
to clean a little bit.
They had to clean some stuff up. If not, that presentation, I believe, is on the website,
It is, okay.
the circuit breaker presentation, and,
Yeah.
and if you have specific questions, if
That's
it's
all right.
not on there, because we put it there because you had requested it, so I felt bad that you couldn't hear it. So, but it was very good information for everybody, because that's sort of like, it's sort of like when I hear about spreadsheets. It's, you know, that circuit breaker thing is really way out there, so,
Okay, thank you.
okay?
So we're in agreement that we are going to not have the school committee come next week at all. We will let them have their meeting to vote on the 20th. And then on the 21st, at that meeting, they will approve a budget. And on the 21st, they will present both the budget that matches the town manager's preliminary budget increase and whatever the budget is that the school committee.
Assuming we don't have a blizzard on the 20th.
Correct.
Let's hope not. Let's hope we don't get any of that.
Well, it's still
The
ski season.
superintendent just texted that the special, Juliana, who's our special education administrator, will not be here on the 21st. So if you have special education questions, make sure you get it to us early.
It's all right, I'll ask my son.
Well, there's that too. Okay, all right?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are we meeting on March 12th, or is that just on there for?
That's on there for the, so the reason the March 12th was on there was because it was before the select board voted to put an override article on. So this was to make sure that we knew that they had this kind of last meeting to plan any type of an override. So that was just drawing the attention of the committee that this is likely to be a financial portion of this meeting will be going on. So that brings us up to the override warrant article update and a possible vote. We're off the hook. Select board did what they're supposed to do, and they didn't vote.
I was going to say, they did not vote.
Correct. It was
kicked it around and kicked it down the road.
And we agreed that we're going to put it on the ballot, but they didn't vote to put it on the ballot.
They all announced they would support an override warrant.
Correct.
And they asked us to stay in our lane.
Yes. Which
support making it a ballot.
Right.
I thought it was going to the Coliseum of democracy.
Radical democratization. It's still, yeah. It's a little macabre, but that needs to be on his epitaph.
They didn't want the override, the increase in the real estate taxes to be done by coffee, how many coffees it would be, and.
Right, yes, that was Tom's remark.
Yeah, it was.
How many coffees a day?
It was like 11 o'clock, so I guess they were getting pretty punchy, like we are right now, so.
So I guess my question is do we need to vote to stop the process of investigating a warrant article? I don't necessarily think we do, because it was just to investigate it. It wasn't to actually bring anything forward immediately. I know where you stand.
I don't understand what we voted for.
You want to not vote, not vote?
Let's just move going.
Fantastic. Okay, so Finance Committee is not involved in putting together a warrant article for an override, but I have a feeling we'll still at least be involved in the conversation as...
Yeah, when we do our review of the warrant articles, that's the point that we'll be involved with our recommendations.
Correct. Minutes, I don't even think I posted the minutes. There's 2 sets of them. I have not had a chance to read them.
I haven't seen anything new.
Tom, Chris?
We can wait.
I read them, but you had one change, right?
You want to know who adjourned and seconded the meeting when we're meeting here with the...
Oh.
I believe
That's like 23 meetings ago at this point.
Made the motion to adjourn. She wasn't sure who made the second.
I think I might have.
In the audience.
I think we can figure it out a different, offline for now. Let's hold off on that one.
Just while we're on minutes, I sent you an email.
Yes, thank you.
There's like 4 that are missing or something, and I just perused through the minutes on the website, and there were 4 meetings that didn't, or something that didn't have minutes for them, and then from like last year, so we got to figure out how to close that.
Okay. In all honesty, I think that's a fantastic topic for a future meeting after budget season. I know that there's dates that they're supposed to be up there by.
I think we should ask
Danielle.
If Danielle can find those videos, or
okay.
I don't think they exist. I did a check.
Well, if they don't exist.
But we are supposed to have them posted within 30 days, so
I know.
It's kind of a, I mean,
there is
we're
a time.
better shape than others.
That's kind of what I'm getting at.
But
it's a lot worse out there.
Yeah, if we can get them written up, we really need to.
I've had to call Joe a couple of times and have her search for videos. She found them, I couldn't find them.
Okay.
So that might be worth, if you have the specific dates for 1 or 2 that you're looking for.
Okay. Probably not tomorrow, because I'm not doing anything tomorrow. Taking tomorrow off.
I can send you an email, Dave, on the ones that I found. And
okay.
Do you want to CC Joe and Danielle and just say this is just kind of, let's let the conversation happen that way, just these are what we need?
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, fantastic. Committee reports. Do we have any committee reports?
Green Communities met Wednesday evening, which was, seems like it was weeks ago, but it was only last night. So as mentioned a couple of times this evening, We are looking to fast-track the sewer project into the April grant round. We also, after my question with the police chief here last week, we are probably going to put in the $5,000 for offset on another cruiser replacement, which will leave $195,000 left to apply for towards the sewer pump and control upgrade. I didn't get a clear answer, but I think the sewer department is looking to do those steps in two projects, one the motors and then the drives, or vice versa, something like that. The $195,000 is going to be nowhere near enough to complete either one of the projects probably, but the caveat is that they have the money already in place to cover the balance, whereas anything else we brought forward would have to be already have been approved by appropriation at town meeting to cover probably the entire amount, and then we could offset with grant money. So that's why we're pushing this one forward. And it may be touch and go because they're having trouble getting numbers from vendors and so on. But that's the goal at this point. Then that pushes us to April next year for the next grant round that we'll be eligible for. And there's still some disagreement on whether or not, or what our total, or a maximum amount that we'll be able to apply for after this April round. I'm going to leave it at that for now until it gets verified. And as Chris mentioned, we are collecting information from various departments so that over this next year, as we work through this April grant round project, we'll have everything already in place, waiting for the application to come out in April 25, and just fill it out and send it in.
Excellent.
So that's working out well. We did not organize again last night because we were missing 3 members. I'm pushing real hard for that to happen. And Dave realizes that, you know, we need a chair and a vice chair so that we can operate a little smoother. And we're going to try to come up with a schedule of 1 day a month as a standard meeting schedule. And then, you know, obviously we may cancel some of them, but at least people will know it might be the first Monday of the month or whatever.
Okay.
That's my report on that.
The cost of the pumps for sewer, is it just buying the pumps, or is it the installation?
It's not the pumps, it's the motors.
The motors, yeah.
Replacement of the motors.
So it includes installation, or is it just buying the part?
You know, because the grant's not, excuse me, the grant's not going to cover anywhere near the total project, it doesn't really matter. It will go in as $195,000 towards this project to replace motors. I think the total amounts are going to have to be entered in the application, but the maximum we'll be able to pull in grant money will be $195,000, and then the sewer department will be on the hook for the rest of it.
Any other committee reports?
Yeah, I had a Parks one. So there'll be a volunteer day to tear out carpet and subfloor at the beach house. Sign-up information will be available soon. Programming is up on the website, lunenburgrecreation.com. It includes adult volleyball, pickleball, yoga, as well as April vacation programming. We talked about grants. Anna talked about grants. She talked about the estimate and what they're doing on that. And they're continuing to work with Skate Park, who hopes to break ground this spring. So there's a lot going on there. That's what I had there.
All right. Ms. Russell, any reports?
No.
Oh, one back. Capital plan, Tom mentioned at the select board meeting that we are still planning to meet, but with all the activity going on, he's going to delay it till after that. And obviously, I think there's a need for, 10-year forecasting of capital projects, so.
One other thing I forgot to mention is that our letter to the select board did get read in whole into the record, and, so far as there seems to be support for that to stay in there.
Thank you for the correction with that again, by the way. It is a service, not a position. Master Plan Steering Committee was meeting, 5 hours ago now. It's a long day. We have an update. So the second survey that went out actually had 457 responses, which is the most they've ever seen from any community. So good job, Lunenburg. They are planning for a third survey to around the mid to late April that will carry through town meeting. So they'll have a table set up at town meeting for additional surveys to be taken. And the next town meeting will be scheduled for May 30th. There's 3 groups. Yes, May 30th.
For a town meeting?
Sorry, not a town meeting, for a meeting with the town. It's 11/12, 11/11 or 10. For under the consulting company to meet with the town of Lunenburg citizens and present a little bit as to what the updates are. Not a town meeting at all. The 3 categories that they're still waiting to hear from the least represented were still renters, farmers, and the Municipal Building Design Committee. Apparently.
I filled out a couple.
No, the Municipal Building Design Committee itself.
Oh.
Because it makes a difference what the plans are going to be. They have officially finished phase 1, which is the vision phase. They're moving on to phase 2, which is the recommendation phase. That will continue until the fall, where they will provide us with policy recommendations, project recommendations, and in all likelihood there is going to be at least a report put on, offered at the special town meeting in the fall. Beyond that, there's a whole bunch of other stuff that I could read about, but not right now. Yes, that was about it. School committee met. We already know what happened there, so nothing really to update with that one. That's all I have for those. Topics for future meetings. Good? Good. Upcoming meetings, so March 12th is a select board meeting. They're likely going to have to vote. Well, they won't be voting that night, I'm sure, because they have until the 19th for theirs to vote, but they will be talking, I'm sure, about the override. We have the fire department on March 14th. I did receive an email just now from Dr. Burnham, who offered to for herself and for the special needs or special education director, Juliana Hanscom, to come on the 14th if we wanted them to answer questions about circuit breaker.
I think it's fine at this point.
Okay. So we'll just keep it as is, and if we need to ask questions, we can send emails or just request the questions get answered after the 21st. Monty Tech, administration, sewer, unclassified, and debt services are all on March 20th. March 21st is going to be PAC, other moneyed articles, and the school department. We are scheduled on the 14th to have a public hearing because we needed to schedule one just in case. So I will check with, actually,
only have 2 scheduled?
We have the original one scheduled for the 28th, which is our standing one after we finish budget season. Ms. Lemieux, now that we've scheduled the 14th for a public hearing, do we have to hold the public hearing at least, or can we, because we no longer have a need for it because of the override moving over to the select board?
I don't believe you would need to. You could probably just cancel it.
Okay, so just send a note off to Ellen?
Town clerk.
Yes.
Okay, got it. So we will cancel the public hearing on the 14th. And we'll just have the fire department here for that one.
He's got 4 hours.
What's that?
We'll grill him for 4 hours.
He's got a hole in the side of his building. We can ask him all about it. Again, the warrant closes on March 18th. We have our public hearing on the 28th, and we have our report due on the 2nd. So what I'll likely do on the 14th is kind of start, I think instead of just having the fire department, we'll talk a little bit about at least the structure or the outline of the report, what we want to start with that one, and get started on that a little early. Other than that, let's open it up to public comment. Is there any public comment from the public? If there's anybody even left. Oh, there still are people.
It's good to put you to sleep.
Don't
They're
see
probably-
anybody.
Probably asleep.
Yeah, they're all
Leave the
sleeping.
meeting.
It's better than.
They'll still be on tomorrow morning.
That's how exciting we are.
All right, seeing none, is there any public comment from the committee this evening? All right. I would happily entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded.
At 11:15.
And he's,
At 11:15.
no, I like to do it right when we close, though. It'll be 11:16 then.
Yeah.
Any discussion? Roll call vote. Ms. Russell?
Aye.
Mr. Passios?
Aye.
Mr. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Simeoni?
Aye.
Mr. Menard? And an aye for myself. It is still 11:15. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Good night.